Okay, guys, we got our quorum, and so again, I said this a little earlier. Sorry again for the delay. We were tied up in a joint briefing over in the House of Delegates, which took a little longer than we had anticipated, so thus the half-hour delay. That said, we have a busy afternoon, and we're going to start with Senate Bill 310, which is from the Department of Planning. And I don't know if we've got Secretary Flora here or Jason. Okay, Madam Secretary, why don't you come up to the witness stand, and Jason Dubois as well from your team. Is that who you?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Is he here?
Oh, actually, I just ran down from another hearing. He's up there. I'll be good.
You're good to go? Okay,
Yep.
so we're on Senate Bill 310, and you take all the time you need to present the bill.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Feldman and Vice Chair Kagan and everyone from the committee. Thank you for having us here. For the record, Rebecca Flora, Secretary, Maryland Department of Planning. And we're here to support Senate Bill 310 regarding the propository. This is really what we like to think of as kind of almost a housekeeping item. It's something that one of the things I asked our whole team when I first came in last year was to go through and look at some of the work that we're doing just because we always did it or because a statute that maybe is old needs to be updated. And this is one of those ones that's sort of been on the books for a while that we wanted to essentially just create an update. So the bill accomplishes two things. First, it recognizes the role and functions of Governor's Grants Office regarding federal financial assistance, and that MDP does not need to duplicate that effort. So we're also looking at efficiency here. Second, the bill updates language concerning MDP's maintenance of a catalog of state financial and technical assistance services. The Governor's Grant Office was created in February 2004 by Governor Ehrlich, serves as a repository and clearinghouse for information concerning grants, loans, focusing especially on federal financial assistance. This information is now available online at their website at grants.maryland.com. Senate Bill 310 recognizes this so that MDP does not need to duplicate their efforts regarding federal financial assistance. We're basically saying we just need to eliminate that. So regarding information on state financial and technical services, MDP has maintained since 2003 an online catalog of this information through its Maryland Info Portal webpage, which previously was periodically updated as a physical document. The language in SB 310 reflects the online nature of the catalog, and MDP updates biannually the Maryland Info Portal tool in coordination with each state agency, which voluntarily provides updated information regarding state financial and technical assistance programs. As a result, MDP does not need to adopt regulations requiring state agencies to provide this information. The language reflects this approach. State agencies typically provide a summary description of their respective grant or technical assistance services and a link to their web pages. So we're looking at efficiency and essentially trying to avoid duplication through this particular bill.
Okay, any questions? Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Madam Secretary. I first would like to thank you for coming to Smith Island. Really appreciate that extra effort, and I know you'll keep them in mind for future opportunities.
Yes.
Also, I wanted to just clarify the piece about the grants office. I was part of Governor Ehrlich's administration when we put a focus there. Mainly, we were so aware that so much money was being left on the table by not having that concerted effort. Could you just clarify for me, you know, what you're cleaning up and what the grants office is continuing to do?
Well, importantly is that there's actually been a federal array committee formed at the governor's office. Actually, I can ask our deputy secretary who's part of that committee to step forward also, but they actively and regularly are coordinating and looking and scanning for every single federal opportunity out there through that particular effort. And then through the overall online listing of everything that's made available. And I can ask our.
So that's going through that office instead of you. Is that, I guess I'm just trying to.
Well, it's been taken on by them, but feel happy.
Okay, before you say anything, first of all, you got to get by the mic and tell us who you are.
Hi, I'm Kristen Fleckenstein. I'm the Deputy Secretary for the Maryland Department of Planning. These efforts that Secretary Flora are talking about are also being addressed by the Federal Investment Team, or FIT team, within the governor's office that addresses all of the grants that are available federally for the state and for agencies to participate in and to seek. And so therefore, what we're trying to do with this bill is really some housekeeping, trying to make sure that efforts aren't duplicated and that people aren't doing the same things in various different departments and all doing them at the same time.
So the bottom line would be planning's kind of removing yourself because you have both the governor's grants office and this federal team that's of the governor's office working together to do the grants?
We play an active role on that committee as well. It's just that this legislation, this bill is trying to address the fact that there are certain laws that are outdated. And some things were written prior to committees, commissions, or various units within agencies being put together. So that this is trying to address just cleaning up something that was never taken care of before.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions for the secretary? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 310. We're next, if you stay up there, Madam Secretary, we've got another bill from the Department of Planning, Senate Bill 295. And the only other witness was also Jason Dubois, you say is locked up in another committee, so it's going to be all you. Senate Bill 295. Oh, there's somebody.
Okay.
Okay, is that he? Jason?
That is,
Okay.
that would be Jason.
Okay, Senate Bill 295.
Great. Thank you all once again. Thank you for being here to address yet another item that we've kind of identified is what we believe is a housekeeping item to clean up items, and Jason will weigh in on some of the technical because he oversees some of this type of work. But let me just give you the introductory. Once again, for the record, I'm Rebecca Flores, Secretary, Maryland Department of Planning, and we support Senate Bill 295. The bill recognizes that responsibilities have shifted from MDP to other state agencies for developing and updating inventory lists, that instead of inventory lists, agencies now create or use geospatial databases. Some of these databases are online tools that make use of publicly available online geospatial data from Maryland's open data portal. Although MDP creates and maintains its own geospatial databases, such as for statewide generalized zoning, it does not need to replicate the work completed by other state agencies that specialize in national resource management or in infrastructure and community facilities. The Maryland Department of Natural Resources, DNR, and the Maryland Department of Environment, MDE, along with various federal agencies, have created a wide variety of geospatial databases covering many types of natural resources. Much of the data from these geodatabases, we call them GDAs, can be found on the DNR and the MDE websites. Regarding inventories of infrastructure and community facilities, the Maryland Department of Transportation, MDOT, has the most complete type of geodatabase for transportation infrastructure in the state. DNR's Power Plant and Research Program, PPRP, has a geodatabase regarding renewable energy facilities. The Maryland Department of Commerce provides online access to geospatial data for power plants, hospitals, and post-secondary education facilities. The Department of Budget and Management annually updates a 24-year summary of all state-owned and non-state capital improvement projects and programs that are authorized by the General Assembly, except for those of the Department of Transportation. As you can see, we have many active geobase data analysis type systems operating within various agencies. And really each of those specialized agencies are best at focusing in on each of these various topics that at one time was charged with the Maryland Department of Managing All. Now, we still do geospatial analysis, but for us to duplicate or to take on the responsibilities that are already occurring in other agencies just didn't seem to be particularly efficient any longer. And we would simply like to remove that from the books. And Jason Dubois is here to talk specifically about how those systems operate as he manages ours.
Okay, Mr. Dubois.
Sure. Yes, thank you. It's Jason Dubois. I'm manager of, for the record, Resource Conservation Management Unit at the Maryland Department of Planning. Yes, and just to elaborate even further on what Secretary Flores said, the types of inventory lists that were originally called for in the law are things that are now taken over by our sister agencies. The law was originally written at a time before geospatial databases were really in existence. And the type of data available you can readily find online, for example. You may have gone to Maryland DNR's Greenprint website, for example. It's an excellent tool for accessing all sorts of data layers, spatial data layers on all variety of natural resources in the state, for example. So we've gotten to a point where we're at a cleanup type bill here. We're at a point where data is now very accessible to the public, to developers, to nonprofit organizations, for helping with analysis purposes and for making well-informed decision making. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Senator, Vice Chair Kagan, then Senator Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary Flora, great to see you again. I have just two quick questions. One, and I don't know what's for you or Mr. DeVoe. I want to make sure that none of this affects GIS, the Geographic Information Systems, that is so critically important for our 911 emergency efforts. And then second is its first cousin. I'm just wondering what other projects that you work, and this is a brackets bill, and I see that, I understand that. Whether you all, and I think, Madam Secretary, you and I have already talked about this, but the very cool tool called What 3 Words? And I just wonder whether the Department of Planning is starting to use that yet. And if you're not ready to answer that question, we can talk about that offline.
I would love to talk about that offline.
Okay.
I don't believe we are, but my staff may be readily correcting me, but absolutely not affecting 911 or any of the GIS data as it relates to that. And in fact, in other ways, which we think will be much more productive ways, we would like to grow a lot of our GIS, GDA type services in ways that we think can actually be more valuable for planning.
So not so much a planning thing, but the Department of Information Technology is primary and now and continuing all their work. So
Yes, in fact, most planners coming out of school now, which I cannot say that I'm one of them, because I graduated quite some time ago. GIS is standard, and
Yes.
we're constantly trying to bring more folks into the fold to use these incredible tools that we have available to us.
thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Senator Washington.
Mr. Chair, and thank you, Madam Secretary. Good to see you again. I just want to, in terms of your transition to releasing these, being to the efficiency, will you provide maybe links? Like maybe there are people who are accustomed to coming to planning, or they still think, because you have responsibility for our data center. You still have that, right?
Yes,
Okay,
absolutely.
right. Okay, so we do look to you for the data. Now, you don't necessarily have to house it because it could be in other places, but will there be links or, hey, you're looking for X, Y, and Z, it's here?
Great question. And first of all, I'd really want to just reassure that we are still in the business of doing geospatial data analysis. Absolutely. In fact, even more so in that business. We just want to get the right types of activity with the right agencies, which are already doing them. But I will let Jason refer to the links and the fact that this is already happening, I believe, but in terms of our transition.
Thank you, Senator Washington. Yes, I mean, that is something that we've done on our website and in many places, but we probably could centralize some of the information and then provide links to other portions of our website. So thank you. We'll definitely work on that.
Great suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions for the Secretary or Mr. DeVoe? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 295. Next up, we're going to take, you can stay up there, Madam Secretary, Senate Bill 274. And on this one, got Drew Griffiths from your shop to come on up. And again, it's Senate Bill 274. So back to you, Madam Secretary.
Great. Well, once again, we have one more that is part of trying to ensure that what's on record is accurate and, things. This one's a little bit more of trying to sort of level things, make sure everybody's doing the same things, that there's consistency out there across all of our counties and areas. And so once again, for the record, Rebecca Flora, Secretary, Maryland Department of Planning, and Maryland Department of Planning supports Senate Bill 274. as it would standardize the fair housing planning requirements of comprehensive plan housing elements for all jurisdictions with planning and zoning authority. Fair housing is essential to the mission of MDP, and Governor Moore and every jurisdiction should be required to assess and plan for fair housing in their comprehensive plans. 2021's House Bill 90 added the requirement to assess and affirmatively further fair housing in the comprehensive plans for non-charter counties and municipalities, but not in those for charter counties. We've asked around and inquired on this, and we basically have believed that that was simply an inadvertent omission, and that we seek to rectify that omission and ensure that everyone is included in that requirement. The comprehensive plans of non-charter counties and municipalities are governed by Land Use Article Division 1, Title 3, Subtitle 1. Their housing elements by Land Use Article Section 3-114, which House Bill 90 amended. The comprehensive plans of charter counties are governed by Land Use Article Division 1, Title 1, Subtitle 4, Part 2. Their housing elements by Land Use Article Section 1-407.1, which SB 274 would amend. Now, if you followed all of that, the main thing is we want everybody to follow the same rules. In that many of the counties are already following them or are following them as a result of basically being entitled communities through HUD. But let me give you a little bit more background and then we can take some questions. The Housing and Community Development Article Section 2-401, which is referenced in SB 274, the bill here today, defines affirmatively furthering fair housing, which is similarly defined in federal law as taking meaningful actions to overcome patterns of segregation, foster inclusive communities free from barriers that restrict access to housing and opportunity based on protected characteristics, address significant disparities in housing needs and access to opportunity, replace segregated living patterns with truly integrated and balanced living patterns, transform racially and ethnically concentrated areas of poverty, foster and maintain compliance with civil rights and fair housing laws, keeping in mind, once again, that that is a federal fair housing definitions and actions. Senate Bill 274 would add the affirmatively furthering fair housing requirement to the comprehensive plans of all charter counties. 18 of Maryland's 24 counties are charter, including Baltimore City. These counties contain most of Maryland's population and housing development pressure. Thus, this bill would ensure that fair housing is assessed and affirmed where it is most needed in Maryland, but really throughout Maryland equally. Furthering fair housing originated at the federal level in the Fair Housing Act of 1968 and is governed by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Many Maryland jurisdictions already familiar with U.S. HUD fair housing requirements, since they must certify that they and/or housing authorities are affirmatively furthering fair housing in consolidated plans and in annual action plans. 6 of Maryland's 18 charter counties are already HUD entitlement communities, which are required to affirmatively further fair housing through their federal programs and plans. Entitlement communities, through their community development block grant programs, are similarly already required to conduct an analysis of impediments to fair housing choice. For these 6 counties, the strategies to affirmatively further fair housing should be readily available for inclusion in the comprehensive planning element. Keeping in mind, we're talking specifically about the comp plan and how they incorporate this. HUD defines entitlement counties as qualified urban counties with populations of at least 200,000. This bill will most impact charter counties that are not entitlement counties. And to be clear on those, that includes Allegheny, Caroline, Cecil, Charles, Dorchester, Frederick, Kent, Queen Anne's, Talbot, Wacomico, and Worcester, as they will have the least experience in fair housing planning. However, non-charter counties and municipalities are already addressing this impact and requirement through House Bill 90's January 1st, 2020 effective date. Maryland Department of Planning has supported those jurisdictions in their assessments and affirmations of fair housing and will do the same for non-entitlement charter counties. MDP is responsible for developing guidance and technical assistance offerings to help jurisdictions meet the comprehensive planning requirements of the land use article. This task is simplified and strengthened when those requirements are standardized and shared across all jurisdictions with planning and zoning requirement authority. Once again, focusing on the standardization so everything is equal and offering technical assistance throughout as we do now. Maryland Department of Planning has already developed and will continue to expand guidance to support jurisdictions that must affirmatively further fair housing in their comprehensive plan housing element. We're here today to answer any questions you may have, and Joe Griffiths on our team actually is also staffing our ADU task force that was assigned to us in the last session, and I chair that task force. That has been a robust opportunity to actually hear from many people. And actually at times going beyond the scope, which we're continuing to bring in, but it's actually created a great forum for discussion on some of these issues also, but we're both here to answer any questions.
Okay, so Mr. Griffiths, you're just here for questions. You don't testify. Okay. Any questions for the second? Okay, Senator Gallion.
Chair, I was just looking through the testimony. I don't see anything from like the Maryland Association of Counties. I saw one thing look like favorable from, I think, Baltimore County. Where are the
Yes,
counties?
we
on
have
this?
spoken with them. We've had conversations with them, and they are not an objection or to this bill.
So they're neutral?
I would say I'll defer to my secretary. I believe neutral would be the right reason, but they're not actively supporting here today either that we're aware of. No red flags as they gave it to us.
Any additional questions for the panel? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 274, and we're going to next go to so thank you, Madam Secretary.
Thank you all. Thank you
So we're
very
gonna
much.
Go now to a couple bills from Department of Labor. First, we're going to start with Senate Bill 298, and I'm going to call up. We've got two witnesses signed up from the Department of Labor, one in person and one virtually. So John Dove, is that Mr. Dove? And then we're done with you. I do have John Bull virtual. And so we'll start with you, Mr. Dove, to explain Senate Bill 298, State Board of Electricians Licensing Penalties.
All right. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is John Dove. I'm the Commissioner of the Division of Occupational Professional Licensing at the Department of Labor. Online is Executive Director John Bull, who runs our our electrical boards. So he's here if we have any questions that you might have. I'd like to thank Chair Feldman and all the committee members for allowing me to introduce you to SB 298, entitled State Board of Electricians Licensing Penalties. And I would like to explain why the passing of this bill would benefit all citizens of Maryland. In 2021, the legislature passed SB 762, which established electrical licensing at the state level. Prior to this, this licensing was administered at the local level along with the enforcement. The annotated code of Maryland lists the grounds under which the board may take action against any applicant or licensee. However, there is currently no provision to impose a civil penalty for such violations. Each of the other occupational licensing boards have a civil penalty to allow for progressive disciplinary action. And when looking at the statute, it appears to mirror every other occupational licensing in establishing grounds for action by the board. However, as the statute is currently written, the board only has one option for any violation, and that is the revocation of an individual's electrical license. The revocation of an electrical license should only be imposed for the most severe violations or when progressive discipline fails to correct the licensee's action. By passing this legislation, it will allow the State Board of Electricians to look at the totality of the violation and issue progressive and proportional discipline. Thank you for your time, and we ask for the committee for a favorable vote on this.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Dove before we go to our virtual witness? Okay, seeing none, we will go now virtual to Mr. Bull from the Department of Labor. Mr. Bull, why don't you, is he muted? He's there. Okay, he's there. Okay. Okay.
Thank you, sir. I am here as a witness just to support Commissioner Dove if there's any questions that he's unable to answer.
Gotcha. Any questions for Mr. Bull? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, sir. We do have two witnesses signed up favor with amendments, and I'm going to call up one in person, one virtual. Kevin O'Keefe. I think I saw Mr. O'Keefe earlier. Mr. O'Keefe, why don't you come to the witness table? You're signed up favorable with amendments, and then we'll go to our virtual witness who signed up the same. So you've got, you're under the clock, 2 minutes.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman Feldman, members of the committee. My name is Kevin O'Keefe, and the virtual witness is our Executive Director, Grant Schmelzer. We're representing the Independent Electrical Contractors Chesapeake, which has represents 200 contractors, about 15,000 workers and 1,000 apprentices. And we're headquartered in Laurel, and we're here, we try to get this statewide license passed for years, and we're so pleased that it finally passed in 2021. What the amendment that we're presenting is that some local electrician boards do inspections and they want to have the ability to levy fines or punishments against bad actors. And we think that'll make for more efficiency so that it will not create a backlog for the state. Some counties are not involved in that kind of structure of fining or investigating local electrical workers, but the ones that want to have the option to levy penalties and sanctions against bad actors. And in terms of the $5,000 fine, we have no problem with that because we realize that's similar to the other trades such as plumbing and HVAC. So for that reason, we would like this amendment.
Any questions for Mr. O'Keefe? Okay, Senator Carrozza.
I don't know if this would be for Kevin or for Grant, but when you mentioned the local counties,
Right.
How many and who are they?
I don't know. I mean, some Grant may know that answer.
Okay,
I mean, some are more active than others.
okay. I'll let, Grant's
Okay.
going to testify
Well, he's
next.
still here to
Okay,
testify, so
okay.
why don't you wait? Any additional questions specifically for Mr. O'Keefe? Okay, seeing none. Thank you. We are going to now go to our witness virtually, Mr. Schmelzer, Grant Schmelzer. And you've got 2 minutes and then we'll open up for Q&A.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chairman Feldman, members of the committee. I'm Grant Schmelzer. I'm the Executive Director with the Independent Electrical Contractors as our lobbyist. Gave you the background. I am a resident of Montgomery County, Maryland. Kevin really outlined it pretty eloquently. The biggest issue, to dovetail with what Kevin said is Mr. Bull and the team over at Labor, they only have one investigator. So this is really going to be done at the grassroots. And the best way to ensure that enforcement occurs is to have some local buy-in. So that is our hope that now that we're pretty much caught up on the licensing portion, because there was a backlog. I think there's over 10,000 licensed journey workers in the state of Maryland now. That we can move into the enforcement phase and really make sure that there are qualified electricians out there. To answer Senator Carrozza's question, several of the jurisdictions, 3 or 4 outreach to me. We didn't do a poll or anything like that. IEC does have representatives on multiple electrical boards, and they did feel that this was something important because the process could take extremely long. The electrical board, only meets once a month, provided that there's a quorum, and this could drag on for several months if quorum doesn't meet or if there's scheduling conflicts. So thank you, Chairman Feldman. I appreciate the opportunity, and we would respectfully request favorable with amendments.
Okay, as anticipated, we did have that question from Senator Carrozza, and then we'll go to Senator Simonaire after that. Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Grant, for flushing that out some. As you know, my district, the 3 counties, I have so many that are the independent electricians, the small business operators. So I think what I'm hearing you say that if an issue comes up, it would be more efficient to be troubleshoot it at the local level to have it resolved, and as opposed to some of the past backlog issues. So that's I want to just clarify that. And second of all, since you are here, I'm going to ask you about an update on the apprenticeship program in my district with Warwick Community College.
So the good news is, yes, confirming what you said, yeah, we just think it'll be extremely more efficient and effective to be able to do this at the local level. In terms of, so the entire committee is aware, we launched our 4-year apprenticeship program last fall of 2022 at Warwick Community College. We started with 7 apprentices in year 1. We have all 7 in year 2. And we more than doubled that number. We actually have 15 students that started in year 1 back in October. So I'll say it's slowly growing, Senator Carrozza. So thank you for all the support and helping us get it done.
Okay, Senator Simoner.
Thank you. Just a quick question. I don't have the amendment in front of me, so maybe you can answer this. Is this separate, or is this in addition to what the state penalty would be?
No, it doesn't affect the penalty. In a simplistic way, it just gives the first crack at the local electrical boards that have the ability to do investigations and levy penalties. But the penalties would be the same, and the violations that are outlined in the bill for bad actors would be the same. So it would just not put everything on the state board. It would, there are certain local boards that have the ability and also would like to be part of this enforcement process for what they believe is efficiency's sake.
So the locals could impose the fine.
Correct.
But if the locals impose the fine, could the state also impose a fine?
I don't think that would be the intent, because that would be double penalty.
I'm just, the way, maybe you can get back to me, the way the amendment's drafted.
Okay.
Just get back to me on that.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, it's not the intent is the main point. Okay. Additional questions for any of the panelists here? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Mr. O'Keefe.
Thank you.
Rest of the folks, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 298, and we're looking for Senator Lamb. Is he en route? Okay, we're gonna wait just a second. Senator Lamb is en route, so he should be here any minute to present the next bill, and if he doesn't show up, we'll go to the next bill, but we'll just wait for him. Yeah. Cool.
SB 27.
Apology bill? Okay. Okay, we're gonna get to you. Senator Lamb, come on up. We've got 2 witnesses. You're here in your capacity as chair of our Joint Audit and Evaluation Committee, and then we do have 2 virtual witnesses as well, but we'll take them up next. So Senator Lamb, why don't you take the time? We're on Senate Bill 150.
Sounds good. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee, for allowing me to testify before you on Senate Bill 150. For the record, Clarence Lamb, Senator in District 12. This bill, as was mentioned, was recommended to me as the Senate Chair of the Joint Audits Committee by DLS's Office of Legislative Audits, so our audit team. Currently, OLA, the Office of Legislative Audits, is required to audit the Baltimore City Liquor Board every 4 years and the Prince George's County Liquor Board every 3 years. This bill will set both of those audit periods at 6 years, which is the period that OLA uses for other required local audits. So far, OLA has done 3 audits of the city board and 2 audits of the county board. Each of those audits has taken between 280 to 571 audit days. 280 to 571 audit days. For context, about 185 audit days is the amount of work that a single auditor can do in a year. The current requirement to audit the City Board and the Prince George's Board dates back to 2011 and 2017, respectively. Since those dates, OLA has seen significant improvement at the boards. The city audits have decreased from 24 findings to 8 findings, and the Prince George's audits have dropped from 17 findings to 6 findings. OLA believes that having a 6-year audit cycle will set a good balance between frequent oversight while allowing the boards the needed time to actually address the findings in the intervals in between. Additionally, since the 2017 law was passed, the General Assembly has also passed a law allowing the president and the speaker to request an OLA audit of any liquor board at any point in time. So if during the 6-year interim periods there were any concerns, the local delegations could certainly reach out to House and Senate leadership to request an audit as well. Changing the current audit times would not reduce the level of oversight, but would actually give OLA staff more time to dedicate to larger audits of departments like MDH and also of MDOT. It would also help ensure that OLA has the capacity to manage special audits that the General Assembly requests, such as the audits that were done of COVID procurements. On the virtual panel, I have the legislative auditor, whom all of you know, Mr. Greg Hook, and also the Deputy Auditor, Brian Tannen. They can answer any questions that the committee may also have and can also help discuss what they've seen in both the city and county audits, as well as the capacity to manage and oversee the boards between the audit persons. So I'd like to thank you as a committee for your time and pass along to the other witnesses.
Okay, we'll go to the 2 virtual witnesses, then we'll open up for Q&A. So let's go to, again, Mr. Hook from the Office of Legislative Audits, and then after that, we'll take up Mr. Tannen. So let's see them pop up on the screen, hopefully. One or both. What about Mr. Tannen? Let's go to Mr. Tannen. Yep, we've not located Mr. Hook, but we have located Mr. Tannen. Mr. Tannen, you've got 2 minutes to tell us why this is a good piece of legislation.
Thank you so much. I believe Mr. Hook is going to be getting on momentarily, and I'm just letting the committee know that.
Okay, are you independently testifying, or you're just?
I was going to be here to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Gotcha. Okay, well, why don't you hold on there, and we're just trying to locate Mr. Hook as well.
Mr. Hook is Mr. Hook is having some connection problems. It's not letting him on.
Okay, well, you're here for questions. So does anybody on the committee have any questions for either Senator Lamb, Mr. Tannen? And if Mr. Hook shows up, we will include him in the Q&A. Any general questions about, again, Senator Lamb's presentation on Senate Bill 150? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 150. Thank you, Senator Lamb.
Thank you.
We're gonna next go to Senate Bill 252. And we've got the Maryland Department of Emergency Management. Is Anna Sierra here? Okay, Sierra. And again, we're on Senate Bill 252, and you can take the time you need to present the bill. Okay.
Thank you so much. For the record, I'm Anna Sierra. I'm the Chief Development Officer and Legislative Liaison for the Maryland Department of Emergency Management. I am here in support of our departmental bill. Thank you, Chair, for introducing this bill for us. Thank you to Vice Chair Kagan for all of your support for the 911 community. And thank you to the committee for hearing this bill today. You have my testimony. This is a technical bill. We are doing a little bit of cleanup. We had a flagged concern from a county that was unsure that they were able to use the intended county fee to support their 911 center operations. The statute currently conflicts. It's just not clear. But the legislative intent has been clear since the 911 board was established and the fee was established. The county portion of the fee is intended to be used by county governments to support public safety answering point and 911 center operations, including personnel. So we're just doing a little bit of cleanup. Our intent is to ensure that that is memorialized in statute, as well as ensuring that the state portion is also memorialized as not used by counties for personnel costs. That is, again, common practice. It is the practice of the fund since it was established. No other changes will be made.
Okay, any questions for our witness, our only witness for this bill, Senate Bill 252? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 252. And next, we're searching for either Senator Fulton or potentially Senator Waldstreicher, who's going to, well, Senator Gal's not here yet. Yeah. We have some calls to both Senators Fulton and Waldstreicher, and whoever shows up first wins the prize. And then Senator Guile will be after that, but she's also up in that same committee. So we don't have our senators, sponsor senators here, but hopefully one or two, three of them will show up soon. So sit back, relax, hopefully for 30 seconds. And the reason I'm obsessed about these three, the final two bills have lots and lots and lots of witnesses. So I think it's best to wait for the three senators to show up for their very short bill hearings as opposed to. Okay, Senator Waldstreicher, you beat Senator Fulton here, so you win the prize. So hold on one second. Okay, we're gonna go with Senator Waldstreicher's bill, which is Senate Bill 203. So Senator, why don't you sit down there and just take a quick review of the witness list. Okay, why don't you go ahead, unless you had did you panel some witnesses here? Let's see. Okay, we've got. Okay, just for some clarification here, what's that?
Whatever's easiest for you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, actually, let's take the Fulton bill because he's literally it's a one witness kind of bill. And
we need one witness.
I just so let's just do that.
Such a great bill, non-controversial.
Correct. So Senator Fulton, why don't you supplant your committee mate there, and we're on. Yes, your vice chair. Senate Bill 312. And the only additional witnesses, we have one virtual witness, which we'll get to after you present the bill, and then that'll be it. So why don't you take the time you need to present Senate Bill 312?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. It's an honor to be here again amongst you. For the record, Senator William Fulton, District 4, Frederick County. So Senate Bill 312, I'm gonna make this your easiest bill of the session. This is the one. Senate Bill 312 is simply put, it enables, it's about the Public Information Act, personnel records of elected officials and Joint Ethics Committee records. Simply put, transparency. This bill is about transparency. Much like we've done with our law enforcement professionals across the state, we've opened their HR files for public purview in an advancement of transparency and moving forward in community trust. I believe that this body should have the same measures applied to them. Their HR files should be open for public purview so that those who are electing them can understand the type of potential consequences or issues that have been present or the stellar beings that they are. This bill is just about moving forward in a transparent manner, because one thing we need to have when we have our community leaders is community trust, not being able to be hidden behind actions that are hidden under the guise of, well, we can't disclose or talk about this because it's an HR file, when some of these are quite egregious. And there have been members of this body in the past that have been a part of some things that they probably shouldn't have been. And maybe if these HR files have been open, we wouldn't have had these issues with those members. They would have been gone. So with that, I would ask for a favorable report on SB 312, and I'm open to any questions.
Okay, questions for Senator Fulton? We've got Senator Lewis Young.
Hi,
Hi.
thank you. I commend your efforts at transparency. And I noticed that, in the exception area of the bill, if the case was closed, that would be an exception, which is a good thing, if I understood that correctly. Here's my concern, that this could be misused politically. Like it's election year and somebody wants to tarnish their opponent and they file an ethics complaint and it hasn't been resolved yet by the ethics committee. And the file's open.
Actually, it wouldn't be open until it was closed, ma'am. Senator.
Okay.
It would have to be concluded. It would have to be concluded with an adjudication.
Okay, so I read the language incorrectly. It's not open until it's
Completed.
closed.
That's correct.
And there's a verdict.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
That resolves my concern.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay. Okay, Vice Chair Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I shared it. I had a similar reaction, but slightly different than Senator Lewis Young. So I saw that it was after it's closed. What if there were 10 complaints against Senator X? They were all dismissed as frivolous and without foundation, and therefore they were closed.
Mm-hmm.
It would be public, though, that there had been 10 allegations, correct?
Correct, just like you do with law enforcement.
And that they were all dismissed.
Correct.
So even
Well, not that they were
frivolous
dismissed, that they
personal attacks.
not that they were dismissed, that they would have been adjudicated. I apologize. Or found, either founded or unfounded.
So unfounded.
Yeah, and I'm open, if there's measures, if it would please the committee, if they would rather, so currently I was modeling this after what the legislators seemed appropriate for our law enforcement officials, that their HR files are open for public purview, whether it's unfounded or founded. They are all there, always there. They can never be expunged. I think we're seeing a recruitment issue as a part of some of that. However, I thought that's where you were going to come at me, yes,
I was
Senator.
going to, actually.
But this is something that, if the committee would see fit, any measures that are unfounded, then have those expunged, have those removed by the Ethics Commission, and it would be done. But this is more for sustained complaints where we have victims who are potentially even within these hallways who've been violated, have their trust violated, or something happened to them that was inappropriate, egregious. And I don't want it to be hidden. I want it to be out for people to see, to remove these bad actors amongst an otherwise very honorable, noble institution.
So thank you for the answer. The concept of transparency is one that I have been working on for many, many years. And so I get the concept. It's just that we are different from many other kinds of public servants in that the public nature of our service and our vulnerability through social media and all that, someone doesn't like the way we vote on a bill or something, so they file a complaint, and the time and the frankly, the smear on our reputations that could result from some of the folks who might be trolling us. Maybe we can talk offline about whether there's something that's
I'm
reasonable.
open to that type of dialogue, and I appreciate the input. I also would like you to take that same contextual framework that you gave that question in, and understand that every member of our law enforcement community goes through that every day. They have no voice, except everything in their file is bad. And did you know that even good things can't be kept in a law enforcement file? So I appreciate it. I look forward to further dialogue.
Okay, additional questions for the sponsor? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr.
That
Chairman.
concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 312. I really hate to do this, Senator Waldstreichler, but I've been advised Senator Giles about to go into a voting session. Is that?
You're actually done with that voting session.
Oh, okay. Well, then you know what? I was going to let you leap over to Senator Waldstreicher, but with that said, do you mind? We're going to go back to Senator Waldstreicher next up. So why don't you come up, Senator Waldstreicher, on Senate Bill 203, then we'll go to Senator Guile.
Thank you,
Right after
Mr.
that.
Chairman. Would it be appropriate to sit?
Yeah,
Okay.
either way, whatever you prefer. And then you tell us, these are the folks, because in the case of our councilwoman, she signed up favorable with amendments, so just would get it all clear. But we'll start with you to present the bill, then we'll go to your witnesses. And then we have some other witnesses who've signed up both virtually and in person, but
Absolutely. Thank you,
you
Mr.
lead
Chairman.
off, take the time you need.
And just for clarification, I think those amendments are technical in nature.
Gotcha.
Got
Okay.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Before us is Senate Bill 203, and this is perhaps the beginning of a large conversation that this committee will have regarding housing. And I really think it's going to be a watershed session when it comes to housing in Maryland and the increase in affordable housing and housing generally that we need in our community. And so whether you move this as part of a larger package that comes from the administration or along with that package, we certainly appreciate your consideration of the Housing Innovation Pilot Program. None of our counties are perfect, but one thing Montgomery County has done well is to create a new model for public housing. You see on your screen in front of you a New York Times profile of Montgomery County and a new housing program. And what Montgomery County has done is kind of abandoned the extremes when it comes to public housing. Some communities believe that the market itself and only the market will take care of affordable housing. And of course, there are communities, and especially in decades past, that believed that the building of government-owned, entirely subsidized housing was the solution to our housing affordability problem. Of course, none of those things are true, and history has borne that out. And the housing crisis that we're in here in the state of Maryland requires innovative solutions. And that is what Montgomery County has embraced. Montgomery County has embraced a hybrid model where private developers build housing that is then owned by the government, that is in part market rate and in part subsidized. And that's the building that you see in front of you in downtown Silver Spring in Chairman Smith's district, a wonderful apartment building close to transit, where the people who are paying market rate in the building help subsidize those who are not paying market rate in the building, and people of varying incomes live together. No one knows who is paying the market rate versus who is paying the subsidized rate, but it all works together to create a financial model that is sustainable in the long term and that creates the policy outcomes that we're looking for: integrated, transit accessible, mixed use, mixed income housing in our community. And so the bill you have before you, Housing Innovation Pilot Program, is a time delineated pilot program that would essentially take what we've utilized in Montgomery County and offer, but not require it on a statewide basis. So other jurisdictions who wish to take advantage of a similar model could do so utilizing funds from the state. We hope that this will be successful, but we do have a sunset on the bill. It is a pilot program, so these appropriations would not go on in perpetuity. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for allowing me to testify. I really believe this is an important program to build capacity across Maryland. I hope we can look favorably on Senate Bill 203.
Okay, we're going to go to the two other panelists. Start with one of our county council women from Montgomery County. So introduce yourself, and then we'll go to our other ones, and we'll take some Q&A.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Natalie Fanny Gonzalez. I am a council member in Montgomery County. I'm very excited to be here in Annapolis and talking to you all. I'm here in support of Senate Bill 203, the Housing Innovation Pilot Program Act of 2024. And the reason why I sign up with amendments is because there's some technical amendments, as Senator Stryker addressed, that need to be looked at. But in general, I first would like to tell you about my district. I have a district that has the biggest amount of Latinos in Montgomery County. I live in District 6. But with that, as beautiful as that is for me, I also have deep packets of poverty in my district. And I also have 3 metro stations. I have Glenmont, I have Wheaton, I have Forest Glen. And one of the biggest crises that we have is the lack of affordable housing. Okay, think about families that are making $40,000, $50,000 a year supporting 3-4 kids. If you live in Montgomery County, that is not enough. So in Montgomery County, as it was explained by Senator Will Stryker, we have the Housing Production Fund, which has worked great, but it's not enough. So in places like Glenmont, that has a metro station, and that particular metro station is really particular because the ridership for metro is very low, which means that we need more housing going there too. We're not going to be able to fulfill the vision of the master plan in Glenmont if we don't get help, especially from the state, to allow affordable housing going into that type of neighborhood. So that's why I am in support, and I'm also glad that we had the Housing Opportunity Commission, HOC here, who can answer any questions that you may have on how we're doing it in Montgomery County. Thank you.
Okay, why don't we go next to you, and then we'll open up for some Q&A.
Thank you very much, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. I'm Ken Silverman. I'm really excited to be with you here representing the Housing Opportunities Commission, which is Montgomery County's public housing authority, finance agency, and public developer. Senator Waldstreicher's proposed Housing Innovation Pilot Program would create a powerful new financing tool for public entities across Maryland. In 2021, we partnered with Montgomery County to create a $100 million revolving housing production fund. It provides 5-year construction financing for new mixed income housing, as you've heard. For every $10 million, HOC is able to partner with private developers to build approximately 150 homes in each revolution, 30% affordable and 70% market rate. Over 20 years, that is 600 new homes for one $10 million investment. And the fund will keep revolving in perpetuity. The first turn of our local fund is now fully allocated, and we're hoping the state can provide matching funds and help expand this model across the state of Maryland. The best part is that these funds can be used without competing for precious capped resources like low-income housing tax credits or rental housing works. As you've heard, since the launch of this fund, it's attracted significant national attention, and we've heard from jurisdictions across the country beginning to adapt this model. It's very flexible, and it can work in just about any jurisdiction. Several states have already introduced legislation, but we still hope that our home state of Maryland will be the first state in the country to create a statewide mixed income production fund. We are working with the sponsors on some technical amendments, but we enthusiastically support this game-changing bill for Maryland, and I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Okay, questions? Okay, well, I'll throw one out. Just in the fiscal note, just so I'm clear, it sort of suggests that, we have partnership rental housing, and that it sort of implies that what you're proposing is very similar to that. What are the differences? Is that a question that's popped up?
I will admit I'm not super familiar with partnership rental housing. We are able to finance a lot of our own projects, and so we are not able to use some of the DHCD products. But the core difference is that between this fund and many of the both state and county affordable housing funds that are used across the country, but also here in Maryland, is that this fund is not designed to stretch or fill gaps in the low-income housing tax credit program. So the vast majority of affordable housing projects that are built across the country are primarily financed by low-income housing tax credits. And then many of those programs like rental housing works are filling gaps or stretching those federal funds further. Because we have the 70% market rate component, which is able to cross-subsidize the affordability, we're able to use these funds without taxing any of those other resources. And then I think the other major difference would be the 5-year revolution, the fact that this is construction financing and then comes back relatively quickly once you're able to permanently finance the building.
Okay, before we go to the other members, just for the sponsor, I mean, it's a big fiscal note, and just give you an opportunity to, address that.
Sure, absolutely. So my understanding is that the program reference in the fiscal note is a traditional program that helps fund low-income housing. And I'm happy to work with council and have our local folks work with council to delineate the differences between the programs. But my understanding is that that state fund is used to aid our local housing authorities to renovate or build affordable housing, as opposed to a revolving financing program that is specifically designed to be hybrid and allow market rate participants to subsidize low-income participants in the same building. And so I think that's the difference that we're looking at. And to the extent that I am misunderstanding that in some way, we're happy to work with council to help resolve that.
Okay. Start with Senator Augustine, then we'll go to Senator Hester and then Carozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair Wildstriker, for bringing forward this bill, because it's really important. I mean, we know that affordable housing is an issue that we have in my district too. A question that I have is trying to understand, it says at least 20%, 50% of the AMI, and at least 40%, 60% of the AMI. Am I misreading that?
Sir, so that's one of the technical amendments that we would like to address with the sponsors. I think that was intended to be an or, which would match the minimums.
That would have meant it would have to be 60% below market rate, based on the way it's written right now. So that needs to be updated?
Correct.
Okay, all right. So, and along those lines, I really do like the concept, I get it, but can you all just like sort of address, it's kind of a little overly prescriptive even within that. Can you address that? Because like for me, I'm just thinking about that.
I think that's another, we don't have a specific language amendment that we would suggest, but we do think there may be ways to make it more flexible. One might be rather than having the DHCD deciding on specific projects and therefore creating the criteria in the bill itself, the money could be made available to the local jurisdictions to then, develop their own criteria and allocate it. And that might help it be more flexible to respond, because obviously not every jurisdiction has the same type of housing that they're trying to develop. So that might be a way to create a little more flexibility there and help other jurisdictions make use of the funds.
Okay, well, let's go to Senator Hester.
Thank you very much. And Senator, thank you for this good bill. I was just curious if you'd seen the letter from the Rural Maryland Council.
I have not, no.
So it's basically that they're pointing out that rural communities, are slightly different than urban communities. And they're asking for amendments that would include a locally designated alternative housing entity in rural areas that lack a public housing authority to be included in the pilot. And so my question is, would you be open to expanding the pilot to include these rural communities?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Senator Carozza.
Senator Hester covered it.
Okay, any additional questions for our sponsor or the two witnesses? Okay, seeing none. We do have a few other witnesses signed up. I'm going to call them up to the witness stand. We've got 3 witnesses signed up favorable plus 1 virtual, and then we'll get to next to Senator Giles' bill. But okay, I've got Claudia Wilson Randall. Ms. Randall, got Lisa May and Gregory Countess. So if the 3 of you could come up, and then we've got the 1 virtual witness, and that's the extent of our testimony on this bill. So who wants to lead off? Anybody want to volunteer?
Sure, I'm happy to volunteer. Good afternoon. My name is Claudia Wilson Randall. I am the Executive Director of the Community Development Network of Maryland. If I may, I just want to say the Partnership Rental Program is a partner program to low-income housing tax credit program. So where there are gaps in financing, that partnership rental program that you were asking about earlier fills gaps when there are low-income housing tax credit projects that need additional funding. And that's a line item within the Department of Housing and Community Development's budget. So that's where this fund would sit. I just also a shout out to the earlier question. I think it's a great idea for us to think about the amendments that would make this available to rural areas as they struggle with affordable housing, as do urban and suburban areas. So the point I want to just make, we are favorable for SB 203. And I really do also want to point out that the greatest need for housing is for households making less than $60,000 a year. So the lower AMIs that we could go with this, I'm very much in favor of, and would like to see programs that really address the need for income, for lower incomes at 60% of AMI and less. And I think ensuring that families live in affordable, stable housing is not only a housing strategy, but also a health strategy, an educational strategy, and an economic development strategy. So I would hope that investment in this bill, and it's Senate Bill 203, would be favorably looked upon, because it is the foundation for a sound economy in the state of Maryland. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Why don't we just go right next to you and then we'll close on the other side. So we got 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chairman, members of the committee, Lisa May with the Maryland Realtors. We have been before this group the past several sessions talking about our housing crisis and how it is growing and it is not getting better. Our current crisis is now 150,000 units, according to the National Low Income Housing Coalition. We have the 11th lowest rate of housing production in this country, and we are ranked 43rd for housing affordability. And we believe it is well past time to make a dent in that, to try some new things, to really close this housing gap for our Maryland residents. There's not going to be one single thing that we can do to ease our crisis. We're going to need a lot of targeted solutions because so many factors of our housing landscape are in need right now. And addressing those of the lowest means is going to come with a fiscal cost. But we believe that it will pay off dividends for us well into the future. So we very much ask for your support of this and other measures that will come before this committee this year.
Okay, thank you, sir.
My name is Gregory Countess. I take this time to
Yeah, put the mic a little closer.
All right.
There you go.
So good afternoon to Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Gregory Countess. I'm with the Maryland Legal Aid Bureau. I'm Director of Housing and Community Economic Development at Maryland Legal Aid. You have the statistics in front of you demonstrating the need. And there are numerous studies which document the harms caused by housing instability, of which housing affordability is a part. Studies show that cost burden renters spend less than 50%, 57%, 57% less on their health care than others, 17% less on food, that housing instability affects children's cognitive functions and adolescent delinquent behavior. But let me give you a story concerning, or put a face on this, with one of my clients. For the past 10 months, she has engaged legal aid in order to preserve housing for herself and her 2 young children. She doesn't have the money to pay. When we got involved in this, she was thousands of dollars behind. We managed, because of a federal program that steps in and sort of slows things down a bit, to get her in a position where she had additional time to pay her rent. However, even to do that, she must work from 4 o'clock in the morning until 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And this is with 2 small children. She often tells me that she has to make the choice between paying her rent or paying for food for her family. And I could go on, but my time is running out. But I would say to you that she and 85,000 other families in the state need this program, and we would urge a favorable report.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, questions for this in-person panel? And again, we have one additional virtual witness, Senator Carrozza.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for Ms. May. Given the role of the realtors, who I always believe have a really good sense of what's going on in our communities and what will work and not work, I wanted to ask you specifically how you think the partnership with the private sector, and also knowing kind of the bureaucracy of, government, how this could work, number one, and number two, I'd like you to comment a little bit more on how this could work in rural areas, following up on my colleague's question about how this can be successful in rural areas.
To take your second question first, I do think that it can be successful in rural areas. Not being an expert myself in affordable housing development, some of the others here on the panel may know more of the specifics, but we have heard from all reaches of the state, even those that may appear more affordable, that there are still segments of their workforce who cannot find the housing that they need. And the private sector will never be able to produce it completely on their own without supports, because the cost of land, the regulatory hurdles that they have to jump through, there is just a floor at which, housing has to cost in the private market. So there will have to be some sort of government public-private partnership or tax credits or some other form of financial assistance in order to make housing available to those of such limited means.
That the realtors, given that you have made this a priority for your association, is there going to be a work, some designated realtors who kind of really have the expertise that we can turn to? Because I'm just thinking in my own district, I'm constantly inviting realtors down to Crisfield and to take a look and what can we do, but there do seem to be some of these hurdles that you're talking about. So that's why I was really pushing a little bit and pushing the realtors a little bit on that. How can it work effectively with the private sector? So I'll put that challenge out to the realtors.
Certainly. And, because by and large, these are going to be rental properties, a realtor may not in any way be involved in that particular transaction. However, we do view housing as sort of an ecosystem where shortages in one area impact housing availability in other areas, because people move through stages of housing throughout their lives. But we do have realtors who are trained. For instance, we offer a housing opportunity certification for our members, and those who are certified have had special education in state affordable housing programs, federal lending programs, and the like.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions for this panel? Okay, thank you. Seeing none, we do have one final witness, Jim Driscoll, who's virtual, and we see him. Mr. Driscoll, you have 2 minutes to weigh in on Senate Bill 203, and you're signed up favorable.
Sure. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, I want to thank Senator Wellstreicher for sponsoring this bill. I'm here submitting written testimony on behalf of the Climate Coalition, which is a group of 21 climate organizations in Montgomery County, including Chesapeake Climate Action, 350, and Countryside Alliance. So it's a broad range of the climate movement, and also a Green New Deal committee that we put together to bring labor, people of color, organizations, and climate groups together. And this is the only bill that the Green New Deal is supporting because it meets both it deals with both the crises that we're facing. We have a housing crisis, which we've heard about, and we also have a crisis that's facing the planet. And so we're going to have to build a whole lot of housing, which allows us to do, as it's been said, transit-centered, green, low greenhouse gas emissions, and one that's built with good labor standards. And so what you see here is a group of organizations from climate, labor, and others supporting this approach. And it has the advantage that it's publicly owned, and we're able to insert some of these important considerations in the design of the program as was done in that initial project, which was presented. So, I mean, the striking thing is a lot of different groups are coming together to support it, and I would urge you to take favorable action. Also, you know, use my MBA for a minute. The fact that it generates a flow of funds for a long period of time enables a whole lot of housing to be built, triggered by that initial investment. So I urge you to vote in favor of this bill.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions for our virtual witness? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 203. Thank you, Senator Waldstreicher, for bringing the bill. We're going to next turn to Senator Guile on Senate Bill 27. Thank you for your patience. And you've got several witnesses signed up favorable. Do you have some? I see the secretary here. Anybody else you want to bring up as part of your panel before we call any other folks? Okay.
Great. And then there's one that's virtual as well.
Correct. Mr. Arnold is virtual, so he's in the queue. So let's Senator Guile, let's start with you. Senate Bill 27. Take the time you need, and then we'll go to your two in-person with panelists.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Senator Don Guile here to present SB 27, which would enter Maryland into the Interstate Cosmetology Licensure Compact. By way of some background, licensed professionals, including cosmetologists who move from state to state, often struggle with the process of seeking and attaining licenses within their new state. No group is more affected by frequent moves than military families who are reassigned to a new duty station, oftentimes in different states, every 2 to 3 years on average. The time and expense for new Marylanders to attain a new cosmetology license is not only a burden to families, but also a burden to our economy. The State Board of Cosmetologists within the Maryland Department of Labor issues 2 full-service licenses, cosmetologists and senior cosmetologists, and 4 limited licenses, hairstyling, blow drying, nail technician, and esthetician. A cosmetologist or senior cosmetologist license authorizes the licensee to provide hair, nail, and aesthetic services. The other licenses authorize the licensee to provide just that service. The passage of SB 27 would enter Maryland into the Interstate Cosmetology Licensure Compact, which would establish membership requirements for member states, eligibility criteria for cosmetologists seeking a multi-state license, procedures for renewing a multi-state license, authority and duties of the Compact Commission and member state licensing authorities, disciplinary procedures, and related processes for the governance of the compact. The bill is contingent on the enacting of substantially similar legislation in 6 other states, other than Maryland, should it enter it. Having launched in 2023, this compact has already passed in Alabama, Arizona, and Kentucky. Other states that have pending legislation to enter into the compact include California, Georgia, Indiana, Nebraska, New York, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Virginia. Per the fiscal note, it's difficult for the State Board of Cosmetologists to estimate the expected cost of implementing SB 27 until the compact is activated. However, I expect any additional costs to the state from the ultimate activation of the compact to be minimal. And for these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report on SB 27. Also grateful for Secretary Woods, and I believe we have Secretary Anderson here as well, for their support for this bill.
Okay, why don't we go to you, Ms. Secretary, next up, and then we'll take additional witness, then we'll open up some Q&A. Okay, Ms. Secretary.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair. Before I comment on SB 27, I'm not going to go on the record in any way, shape, or form for SB 203, but I thought it might be helpful to just offer a data point as it relates to military families and housing related costs. I'll be very brief. So we have about 64,000 military family members here in the state. And in a survey done just last year, 44% of them cited housing costs as their top financial stressor, of which 68% of them said that even though the Department of Defense provides them with a housing allowance, that is not enough to cover the cost of their rent right here in Maryland. So just wanted to put that out there as a information for your awareness. But for the record, I am Tony Woods. I serve as the Secretary of Maryland's Department of Veterans Affairs. It's a privilege to be here with Senator Guile and to request a favorable report on Maryland joining the Cosmetology Licensure Compact SB 27. Some were surprised to see my interest in cosmetology, but it actually is very, very relevant for reasons I'll explain here very briefly. The proposed legislation will empower many Marylanders, especially our military spouses. According to the national nonprofit Blue Star Families, military spouse unemployment sits at 21%, which is an unacceptable level that has been static for far too long. Additionally, 600,000 military and veteran family members move around the nation and the world every single year, uprooting their careers in service of our country. Many move to Maryland with skills and talents that we should be harnessing, and this is certainly one of them. Senate Bill 27 enables licensed cosmetologists to continue practicing their skills here in Maryland, provided that they are already licensed in their previous state and that state is also a part of the compact. This change would have an enormous impact on our military spouses who practice cosmetology, allowing them to seamlessly integrate into our Maryland communities and minimize disruptions to their professional lives between moves. Additionally, the compact would benefit Maryland's fiscal health by ensuring these families are able to flourish economically right here in our state. Military families, like all families, increasingly need two incomes in order to thrive and achieve the American dream. Thriving military families are essential to retaining service members in service to our country and encouraging them when they transition to live right here in Maryland because their families are thriving. SB 27 goes some way towards making that goal possible. So I respectfully ask the committee for a favorable report on the Cosmetology License Compact to help our state's military families. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Secretary. Why don't we go, sir, to you, and then we'll open up for some questions.
Great. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Madam Vice Chair, and committee members. Thank you for your time and interest in this bill, and thank you to Senator Guile for her leadership. My name is Keith Buckout. I am a research associate for the Council of State Governments. That basically means that I work for all of you, and so as the result of that is my testimony today is informational only and is intended to inform the committee about the provisions of the compact. In 2020, the Department of Defense entered into a cooperative agreement with my organization, the Council of State Governments, to fund the development of new interstate compacts for occupational licensure, and the cosmetology profession was selected through a competitive request for proposal process. Between 2021 and December 2022, CSG and our project partner, the Future of the Beauty Industry Coalition, convened subject matter experts, including state licensure board officials, legal counsel, industry professional associations, employers, licensees, and cosmetology educators to study state policies, identify best practices, and determine the needs of the profession, and to draft the model legislation before you today. We are fortunate to have Nicole Fletcher, Executive Director of Maryland's Board of Cosmetology, on the Technical Assistance Group, and CSG and FBIC, Future of the Beauty Industry Coalition, also hosted public review sessions until all public input and feedback was heard. And this just ensures that the legislation before you today contains comprehensive policies developed through an open and transparent and thorough process. The purpose of this compact is to create an additional optional alternative pathway to multi-state practice by allowing cosmetologists whose license is in good standing to apply for a multi-state license in their home state. Under this mutual recognition model of interstate practice, compact member states agree to recognize the multi-state license issued by the home state as authorizing practice of cosmetology within their jurisdiction. The intent is that the multi-state license functions like a driver's license. The home state issues the license and it authorizes practice in any other state that is a member of the compact.
Did you have some more? I mean, do you have a few more points?
Well,
Give you some
yes,
latitude
sir.
here.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
To be eligible to join the Cosmetology Licensure Compact, a state must license and regulate cosmetology, require that applicants for licensure pass a cosmetology competency examination, It requires that applicants for licensure satisfy educational or training requirements in cosmetology, and it requires that states implement one of 3 procedures for considering the background information of applicants. So it can either be an application question asking for criminal history, a licensed disciplinary history question, or a background check. All of the other information has already been shared by Secretary and by Senator Guile. And so thank you for the opportunity to address the committee today, and I'd be happy to address any questions you may have.
Great. Well, thank you. Before we take a question, I want to acknowledge our friend from the Senate Finance Committee, Senator Hershey, as a special guest sitting in the way back because he just can't get enough of this committee and he's hiding back there. In any event, okay, we've got Vice Chair Kagan. Some questions.
Senator Hershey is just fascinated by estheticians or something. I think that's it. Mr. Rideout, I'm sorry, I missed your name, from CSJ.
Yes.
Welcome. Thank you. I have 2 questions. First off, and Senator Guile or Secretary Woods could answer this as well. First off, can we assume that the standards, the licensure standards for other states in the compact would be at Maryland's level or higher?
Well, the licensure standards are left to the sovereignty of each state. So each state is still allowed to determine its own licensure standards. I don't want to hide the ball on this and say that every state will then be adopting Maryland's licensure standards. But Maryland has already enacted, I believe, 8 other licensure compacts. I don't know the exact licensure requirements for those professions, but it operates in a similar fashion where you apply for a compact license in your home state and they set the licensure requirements.
I'm aware of some of the other licensures because they used to be in this committee because we used to have healthcare, and many of those were through that. I'm just worried, people think of cosmetology maybe as, la and kind of frivolous, but there can be damage done. There can be health implications if someone is not well trained. And so I totally support this concept. I just want to make sure we're not letting somebody in who really has substandard training into Maryland. So I just put that out there, and maybe Senator Guile, we can chat about that another time. Unless you want to speak to something now.
Well, generally speaking, and this is part of the research we did as part of the technical assistance group, and you'll hear later as proponent testimony from our project partners, the Future of the Beauty Industry Coalition. Typically, the first 500 hours of cosmetology instruction across the country in cosmetology schools is focused on that public health and safety aspect. So while hours may vary from state to state, the piece that is concerned with the mandates before licensure boards, protecting the public, ensuring the public is safe, that is generally taught in the first 500 hours of cosmetology education.
I'm sorry, Madam Vice Chair, just to add, I think what he's also trying to say is that this would not somehow lower Maryland standards, if that's any comfort or reassurance.
Correct. I apologize, I misunderstood the question. Thank you.
That is exactly. Thank you, Senator Guile. And then it sounds like CSG was using this as a pilot. And so I wonder, are we going to see a series of these, making it easier for our military spouses in all applications, all occupations to come forward? So is this the beginning, and then we'll see a bunch more, Mr. Secretary or Senator Guile?
That's exactly the intent, Madam Vice Chair, and why you would see me come back repeatedly if we have opportunities to enter into multi-state compact opportunity or agreements. Similarly, we're focused quite intently on license recognition, and Commissioner Dove, who you heard from earlier, is a leader on that. And so anything that we can do to smooth transitions from any other state into our state is a top priority of ours.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, any additional questions for our sponsor or the panelists? Okay, seeing none. One of your sponsor panelists designated is Mr. Arnold. Christopher Arnold signed up favorable. Mr. Arnold, why don't we go to you next, since you were designated as part of the sponsor panel. You're from the U.S. Department of Defense State Liaison Office. Mr. Arnold, so you've got 2 minutes to weigh in here, okay?
Thank you, Chairman. Christopher Arnold, Mid-Atlantic Region Liaison with the Office of the Secretary of Defense. Licensure issues for both service members and their spouses have been a top concern for the department for over a decade, and the First Lady has called military spouse licensure a national security imperative. Pre-pandemic research showed unemployment rates for licensed military spouses ranged as high as 28%. As you are now aware, the drafting of the Cosmetology Licensure Compact was funded by DoD through our cooperative agreement with CSG. Congress required us to produce 10 such compacts, which are significant for the military community in that, along with active duty military spouses receiving the benefit of compacts, active duty members, members of the reserve component spouses, transitioning service members, and other veterans benefit from the mobility provided through compacts, as Marylanders serving around the country will have their multi-state license recognized when transitioning in and out of states. Federal law requires the secretaries of the military departments to consider a state's membership in interstate licensing compacts when evaluating basing decisions. A consistent framework ensures optimal conditions for service members and their families. As there is not a compact for every occupation, nor is each state a member of every compact, the department encourages states to engage in immediate actions to make their military spouse licensing policies accessible, near-term actions to attain at least a baseline of getting a military spouse a license within 30 days based on minimal documentation, and long-term solutions for instant reciprocity through compacts. How fast these actions and solutions can be approved and implemented is up to the states. As always, as liaison to the Mid-Atlantic, I stand ready to answer whatever questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Arnold. Any questions for Mr. Arnold? Okay, seeing none. Ms. Fletcher, since you're virtual right there, I could see you and your name was invoked earlier from the Department of Labor. Why don't we take you next, Ms. Fletcher? Can we unmute Nicole Fletcher? Yeah, okay. You've got 2 minutes, Ms. Fletcher, to weigh in on this one, okay? You signed up favorable.
Yes, good afternoon, Energy, Education, and Environment Committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Nicole Fletcher. For the record, I am the Executive Director of the Maryland Board of Cosmetologists. I am here to answer any questions that you may have. I believe that my Commissioner Dove is testifying on behalf of Senate Bill 27, and we are favorable.
Okay, in fact, we've got Mr. Dove at the witness table and actually, folks, we do have 2 other witnesses, so maybe you guys are released. We've got John Dove from Department of Labor, Jeff Burrows from Sports Clips Haircuts, and Leslie Rost as well, all signed up favorable in person. So we'll put you all, and this is the final panel, final witnesses. So we're going to start with you, Mr. Dove from the Department of Labor, and we'll take the other 2 witnesses after that.
Again, for the record, my name is Commissioner John Dove. I'm with the Occupational Professional Licensing with the Maryland Department of Labor. You've already introduced our Executive Director, Nicole Fletcher. A lot of the information I was going to present was just presented in the last panel, so I just want to hit a couple highlights here real quick. This multi-state license will allow cosmetologists to perform services in Maryland, provided that their license is maintained in good standing where they originally obtained the licensure. Member states will also have access to a shared database to quickly verify an applicant's license when relocating between states. Participation in the compact will be an economic asset to Maryland, reducing barriers to small business ownership in Maryland, as the vast majority of cosmetology salons are small businesses. Allowing cosmetologists to quickly establish themselves in a new state encourages economic growth and competition in Maryland. Under the terms of the compact, the Maryland Board retains the ability to revoke a licensee's authorization to practice in Maryland should a violation of law or regulation occur. Cosmetologists who desire to open their own salon will also still be required to obtain business licensing and all relevant health and safety inspections before being permitted to operate in Maryland. This allows the board to continue to protect the health, safety, and welfare of Maryland consumers while providing the benefit of licensed mobility to beauty professionals across the country. Again, thank you for your time, and we support this bill.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Ma'am, why don't you go next? Tell us who you are, and you've got 2 minutes.
All right. My name is Leslie Rosti. Thank you, Senator Guile, members of the committee, and Chairman Feldman. I am Leslie Rosti. I represent the Future of the Beauty Industry Coalition, a collective of companies that provide beauty services in multiple states. My past history, which may be of interest to you, is that I'm a subject matter expert in infection control in this industry, have been for 15 years, and in fact helped Maryland write some of their rules around health and public safety in the cosmetology industry. One of our coalition pillars is true license mobility. Currently, there are various reciprocity models across the country for cosmetology licensure, and how they work varies widely.
Maryland's reciprocity policy requires multiple steps that take time and money, but can also require retesting and additional school hours. In fact, to obtain a license through reciprocity in Maryland, you must provide a license in good standing, basically a letter of certification from the state that you're coming from, proof of 1,500 hours of education, and passage of both a theory and practical exam. All of this takes time to do. It may take money, it may take going back to school, and it may take retesting. For military families, that is not any better. In fact, for military families, it also requires that the previous 2 years before they come here, they must have been using their license. So if they're newly licensed, or if they were unable to get licensed in their previous state, that benefit would not apply to them. One of the concerns I often hear is exactly what you said, is that they may not have the same training as your state requires. Actually, there are a lot of states now that have gone to 1,000 hours. 5 states have gone to 1,000 hours. A handful more have gone to 1,200 hours. And what I would say is exactly what our partner from the CSG said, is that health and public safety, that piece you are responsible for, is always covered in the first 500 hours in every state, because it is what is required for them to pass any of the national exams. I would encourage you to support SB 27. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
My name is Jeff Burrows. I'm with Sport Clips Haircuts. I'm your local franchisee for Sport Clips. I'm not a corporate person that just flew in to come to the meeting. I drove right up Route 2. I have 20 locations here in between Southern Maryland and Arundel County, of course, on the shore, and through Delaware. With that, not only I want to paint another picture. The other picture is the small business guy who needs employees, and we need people that are willing and want to work. And when I have a young lady or guy who comes in and applies for a job and says, I don't have the license here in the state of Maryland, but I am licensed in Florida, Pennsylvania. Unfortunately, it takes a while. They're ready to make money today. They want to have housing. They want to have food on the table, everything that they need to survive. And sometimes we're not able to do it. This compact would allow a little bit better of a scenario for the people that we have an availability to hire and put to work in our salons. Yes, it definitely helps with the military aspect. If anybody's heard of Pax River Naval Air Base, I have a bunch of salons right down near Pax River, and I have it all the time where people are coming into the market and they're a spouse, need a job, want a job. They want to work 1 mile from the base or where their house is. And I have to say, you have to wait. Okay. And I don't like to do that. I mean, I want to put them to work if they want to work. I mean, I have 20 salons right now, and I could offer 3 full-time positions in every single one of those hair salons right now with no problem. But we have to have people, and this would actually help that across the state. And also with a compact, there's a lot of schools. We have a lot of border states to our state, whether it's Delaware, Virginia, Pennsylvania. For example, on the shore, there is close to one of my salons. There's 3 schools in the state of Delaware that are within 18 minutes away. Those people cannot work normally in our salons if they need occupation, unless we go through a strenuous process. And we're trying to shrink that process to get them to work and help the health of our businesses. So I appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for any of the panelists? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Senator Guile. And that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 27, which brings us to Senate Bill 1. And so we're going to bring up Senator Augustine. And Senator, your designated sponsor panelists, and you can obviously designate whoever you want, but on the list I've got Cindy Carter, Tammy Bresnahan, and Laurel Peltier, and that's who's on the list. Welcome to bring anybody else up if you want, but we'll start with those 3.
That's it.
And you take the time you need to present Senate Bill 1.
Thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. Senator Malcolm Augustine here on behalf of Senate Bill 1, Electricity and Gas Retail Supply Regulation and Consumer Protection, seeking a favorable report. There will be amendments, certain, to this bill. Colleagues, my introduction to retail energy supply occurred when I was out canvassing in my district, which we all do. We all walk our streets and we go and we try to talk to our constituents. And walking in my neighborhoods, that is, oftentimes there would be some other folks who would be out there walking around, and they'd be walking, they have like a little nameplate, a little thing on there that may say something like BGR or something else, not exactly a utilities name or something like those lines. Fast talking, and they would say, hey, what are you out here doing? What are you out here pushing? What are you out here pushing? I'm like, I'm not here pushing anything. What are you talking about? I'm out here just trying to talk to my folks. And then very quickly they scurry away because I'll say, you know, I'm an elected official and blah, blah, blah. All of a sudden they disappear. Oftentimes those folks are out knocking on our neighbors' doors, seeking to change their retail energy supply. And what they'll do is they'll go and they'll knock on my elderly constituent who's on a fixed income, who's doing everything she can to pay all the bills that she has, including for her medications and things like that. And all they're trying to do is just get her number, her account number. And once they get her account number, bang, they change where she is getting her energy from. Now, at that point, she really doesn't even know kind of what's going on with it or whatever. Now it's on the energy bill. She just sees all of a sudden it's costing her more every month for her energy. She doesn't know why. It's in there, it's on the bill and stuff like that. Most times I don't hear about it. We don't hear about it until that person is in trouble for something else, soon to lose their home, struggling to pay all the bills. And we find and we look at it and it's like, well, why are you paying so much for your electricity? And you find that there are these places where folks are paying way more money than they should be for their electric supply. The portion of the bill that has to do with the electric supply, one part of the bill. That's in my neighborhood. A couple years ago, because I've been in the committee of jurisdiction for this for the last, this is my sixth session with this energy policy. A few years ago, we've had some bills on this here and there and everything else. And I had a legacy aid. Y'all know the legacy aids that we have and stuff like that are here. Typically, these are professional people, as you all know, who have finished their careers and done great things. I mean, this is a very sophisticated person. One of my legacy aides, he pulled me aside after a hearing on this matter. And he said to me, he said, Malcolm, I'm kind of embarrassed, but I got taken advantage of with this myself. And I didn't know that when they came by and they offered a gift card that and a teaser rate that after 3 months, this price would be variable and would move up and my rates would just change. And that when I went to try to get out of that, they said to me, well, you've got an early termination charge that you have, or you've got a cancellation fee that you have. And eventually he got out of it, but he had to suffer for a while along the way. These are my introductions to this issue of abuses inside of retail energy supply that are inside of this Senate Bill 1. Now, for each of the last 6 years that I've been working on this issue, I have received the businesses and the lobbyists who are working on this matter. And for each of the last 5 sessions, I have said to them, this is a problem. I'm a believer in free markets. Fix it. I don't want to have to do anything about this. I want you guys to do what you can, but there's a problem here. In each of those years, it's just a lot of hemming and hawing. There's nothing coming of it. Nothing coming of it, which brings us to now. Enough is enough. It's incumbent upon us to protect Marylanders from the excessive amounts of profit that's just going away and coming out of their pockets through retail energy supply. And just a little bit of background, the reason why we even have this market is because in 1999, there was, from a federal standpoint, an opportunity was granted to separate out and allow for this retail energy to be deregulated, this portion of the bill. The concept was that through competition, we would be able to drive down costs for the consumers, for those who would be purchasing it. Competition's good, you'd be more efficient markets, people would be able to be creative with it and everything else. Now, there was a time when some 26 states had some of these programs. We're down to 13 at this point who are still in this space. Significantly, the Northeast has, relatively speaking, a higher general cost associated with their energy supply. And that's why we tried to use this mechanism to really save us some money. And that was the whole point of it. And that's what I want too. I want us to save Marylanders money. But the unfortunate reality is that this market right now is just not doing that. Like right now, over 300,000 Maryland families are paying on average almost $500 a year extra for the cost of their energy. That's over $150 million extra that's coming out of the pockets of hardworking Maryland families. This industry, not all of them, but there are many who have done these deceptive practices, and that's not a good thing at all. But then there are others, it's not deceptive to a degree. They're just charging people more money than what they would get if they just went straight to the utility. And that's just not correct. That's just not right. And that's what this bill is about. You can see some from the enforcement mechanisms that we've had, and there have been. So the PSC has done some enforcement on some of the most egregious players in this whole thing. And you probably will hear from others along the line, well, look, the PSC is really like doing these enforcements to try to help to clean this thing up, but they're really just putting their nose into the tent, under the tent. It's a very small part of this overall problem and concern that we have with the suppliers who are out there. Now, what I will say is that what this bill really will do, it's going to put guardrails on the market and protect Marylanders. It's going to treat Marylanders right and save them money. And we welcome that savings, and we welcome the ingenuity. But it will also hold people accountable and say, listen, you just got to save money. Now, at the back of my written testimony, you will see a chart. And this chart comes from the Department of Energy. These reports are out there, which you can see there how much extra these retail energy, particularly for consumers, our constituents, how much extra they're paying versus standard offer service, which is the cost of the energy that comes directly from the utility. And that cost is transparent. That cost, they do auctions. They then the PSC has a role in the pricing of that. That's the standard offer service. And you will see what additional costs there are for our constituents. You will also see, it's kind of buried in there, but the utilities back this up. You don't just have to believe what's coming from the Department of Energy. In their testimony, they also back that up where they show additional costs to our constituents as much as 55% above that standard offer service. And so you might say now, well, what are we going to do with this bill, inside of this bill, which is, let's see, it's 28 pages long. So it was a long bill. But I'm going to walk you through what this bill does to protect Marylanders. And you guys can follow along however you choose. On page 3, we define an energy salesperson who will be referenced in other portions of the bill. We'll keep going to page number 6. And on page 6, we require electricity supplier licenses to expire every 3 years, after 3 years, and requires that they pay an annual renewal fee. Now, currently, the licenses do not expire, though they could be suspended or revoked. So this is an update of that. On page 8, we allow complaints against energy suppliers and individual salespeople to be brought by the PSC itself. But we also add in the Office of People's Counsel and the Office of the Attorney General, which I see Steve is here, which is a good thing, or any affected party. Also on page 8, we allow the PSC to deny, revoke, suspend, or refuse to renew the licenses of suppliers and individual salespeople. Now, we added the individual salespeople because right now they're the ones who are out there, the ones who I'm talking to you about. We want to make sure that they're brought into this licensing scheme where we have an opportunity to make sure that they're doing the right thing and we're able to hold them accountable as well. On page 9, we increase the maximum civil penalties against suppliers for each of the violations from $10,000 to $25,000. And there, like I said, we'll definitely have some amendments in here along the way. This is a big bill. We're going to have some changes, including one where we will definitely look at the fines associated with individual salespeople. We're not trying to like really hurt individual salespeople in that way. We want to really hold the businesses accountable. On page 9, we also specified that each of the instances is a violation in and of itself. In other words, it's not like just because you have these bad practices and you've done it to 5,000 individuals and therefore it's only one violation. No, 5,000 violations. Did you say whoa? Well, doesn't everybody count? Every person counts. We also require on page 9 that there are certain restrictions and penalties for electric suppliers that they also apply to gas suppliers. So much of the language in the beginning of the bill really speaks to energy suppliers who provide this, but the gas suppliers do as well. And so we make sure that there's that preferences and they apply. On page 10 creates that licensure requirement for the energy salespeople, including door-to-door salespeople. Also makes sure that they are getting trained. Now, in 2020, our chair, Senator Feldman, has Senate Bill 603. And that piece of legislation had training requirements. And just so everybody knows, it was a unanimous vote, Mr. Chair. Everybody voted for that. It hasn't been implemented. And we want to make sure that it is implemented. These training requirements are implemented. And so we cross-reference that and make sure that we are doing that. I'll also just reference on here that we add some of these other requirements, including proof of the financial integrity of the individuals. Now we give this to the PSC for the PSC to determine the best methodology for how to do that. Now on page 15, we allow investor-owned utilities to market SOS and their other energy offers to customers. We do think we will probably see an amendment that will expand that to include all utilities regulated by the PSC and to prohibit regulated utilities from recouping their marketing costs from ratepayers. We're not trying to do that, but what we do want to do is make it easier for people to understand their options that are out there, including standard offer service. Now on page 17 to 18, moving from there, electric suppliers that are not supplying SOS may not exceed the trailing 12-month average rate for SOS in the same service territory. What does that mean? It means save Marylanders money and everything will be just fine. You simply can't charge them more than what they would have paid for standard offer service based on the 12 trailing months. Again, the idea of creating this market, and would still be the case, and I'm very supportive of it, you save our people money, you're still able to do business inside of the market that we'll have and that's been created. Now in 2021, Senator Washington had Senate Bill 31. And Senate Bill 31 required the Public Service Commission by 2023. They were a little late with what your bill was, but they finally got to get it there. to establish an administrative process to approve supply offers for electricity or gas for households in the state that receive energy assistance through a program in the Office of Home Energy Programs, prohibiting beginning in July 1, which they did, unless the commission has approved supply offer, a third-party retail supplier from offering to provide electricity or gas, renewing a certain contract or charging a certain fee to certain households in the state. Now, what that meant was people who were receiving home heating assistance dollars from the state of Maryland, what we determined was that it would not be in Maryland's best interest to pay extra money for that energy. And so what we said was, you can't do that anymore. You can't charge, now there's a mechanism that allows you as a retail energy supplier, if you can save them money, like I said, you're more than welcome to create that rate. You get it approved by the PSC and you can do that. Now, thus far, and in talking to some of the retail energy suppliers, they're unwilling to do that. I want you to think about that for a second. So we have this mechanism to protect the state of Maryland and its money, which is the way we set that up. But we still offer the opportunity to the retail energy supply folks to save them money, which again, then therefore it's good for Maryland. But they're not willing to do that. They don't want to save the people money or Marylanders money. Thus far, there have been no folks who have taken us up on that option. So those people are now on standard offer service with the legacy people who will eventually get moved over. Now that one was a vote of 40-6. And certain members of Senate Finance at the time voted for that legislation. In fact, all of the members of Senate Finance, bipartisan, voted for that legislation and worked on getting it to a good place. We also further stipulate in this bill that the contracts can no longer be longer than 12 months. You can no longer have these automatic renewals. You also can't have that variable rate that I was telling you that has been used to get people's prices up there. By the way, there's no controls on that at this point. They can just charge whatever they want, basically. There's no control or whatever. We also put in here, there's no longer pay for salespeople a commission or offer them other incentive-based compensation. They can't impose a cancellation fee or early termination. They cannot supply electricity to someone on energy assistance, which is in keeping with Senator Washington's bill, but we're just reiterating it here in this bill. And they also can't sell accounts receivable to an electric company. Right now, the utilities, and you all heard this before, last year we talked about this, they're on the hook for the receivables of the retail energy suppliers. It's a great deal for the retail energy suppliers, but it provides no incentive for them to do the right thing because the utilities are on the hook for the money. On page 18, we require that a customer whose account number has been compromised is able to receive a new one. Because right now, people's customer numbers are being sold and then they're getting slammed and getting put onto other programs. We also on page 18 allow customers to put themselves on a do not transfer list. In other words, I've been burned by this before. I just don't want to deal with this anymore. Also on page 18, going to 19, we require electric companies to submit monthly reports to the PSC about third-party retail suppliers in their service territory. The data submitted will provide clarity on the rates being paid by customers, third-party retail suppliers, including in comparison to SOS. Again, we're trying to get to some transparency here. From pages 20 to 23, you'll see in the bill, it brings the gas suppliers into the same posture as the electric suppliers. It's the same kind of language. On page 24, we require that electricity suppliers report annually to the PSC the amount and type of generation associated with renewable energy credits. Vice Chair, I'm trying to not use acronyms, purchased in association with green power claims. Now, we will likely have an amendment which will expand and clarify this requirement, and regulated utilities and third-party retail energy suppliers will be required to report on renewable energy credits they purchase that are not Maryland qualifying. And the PSC, Public Service Commission, will have broad authority to require disclosures of more details of these renewable energy credits. Now, We also are going to have some additional amendments that will come forward. This is a big bill. There's a lot going on. I will hope, Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, that you will allow for us to accept all of the things that will come about in these conversations, that we'll likely be able to synthesize that and do sort of like work group stuff that we've done on big bills like this before. And that we are going to do that for this bill as well. And that, with that, Mr. Chairman and members of the Senate EEE Committee, I'm going to ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 1.
Okay, thank you, Senator Augustine. Let's go through the sponsor panel and then we'll open up for Q&A. And then just in terms of sequence, we have only a couple more favorable in person. Then we have some folks favorable with amendments, and then we have a list of unfavorables. So we'll just do it in that sequence. So tell us who you are, and then from this point forward, because we have a long way, I'm going to have a clock. Everybody's subject to a 2-minute rule. Okay, so tell us who you are.
Thank you. Hello, Chairman Feldman and members of the Education, Energy, and the Environment Committee. I'm Laurel Peltier, Chair of the Maryland Energy Advocates Coalition and an AARP volunteer advocate. Our coalition's goal is to ensure that low-income families can afford their utility bills. And I cannot thank you enough for the chance to authentically discuss retail energy reform. SB 1 is so needed. Maryland's residential retail energy market has not worked, and families have paid $1.2 billion more than regulated rates for home energy. And that's DOE data. SB 1 is tactical and practical, but by far the most important change is rate guardrails. Untethering a $525 million yearly residential retail energy market with no rate oversight and utility purchase of receivables spelled disaster. Please know that Illinois and New York did big retail reform, but failed to regulate total pricing reform, and their states' huge overpayments continue today. No rate oversight allows today's deceptive and predatory practices to continue. And I volunteered 2 hours a week at GEDCO in Baltimore City, and I want to spotlight who's harmed the most: Section 8 families. Behind me are 2.3 million households, and at the head of the line are Brittany, Zalante, Latiqua, Stacy, Barry, Ashley, and all the other BG&E Section 8 families who have had their power cut off because they didn't know they were overcharged by an energy supplier. You may not know this because I didn't, but Section 8 voucher families have to keep their power on or they lose that voucher. Section 8 families live in ground zero for these energy sales folks, and another $1,000 to $2,000 will never be able to be paid off. And a 99 energy law that was intended to benefit people morphs into a housing crisis. So thank you. SB 1 is very serious, and I urge you to favorably vote out of committee so that all residential utility accounts are better protected.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Carter, you're up next.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, committee. I'm Cindy Carter, Executive Director of Cancer Support Foundation and the co-founder of the Critical Medical Needs Program. All companies that sell a life-supporting commodity, such as electricity and gas, should have regulations. These guardrails are important for the safety of Maryland residents. For 19 years, our foundation has fought for thousands and thousands of clients to keep their power on, the most vulnerable. These clients have many health issues, and many are fighting to actually keep alive. I've seen what happens when suppliers of these commodities have no regulations. The lack of regulations have resulted in thousands of residents either getting slammed into these programs or misled about how much the product will cost. 2 examples. I have one client a year and a half ago was in a hospital hooked up to all sorts of tubes and on medications. She finds out a year and a half later that during that time she was in the hospital, somebody, it was nobody in her house, she wasn't home, she's in the hospital, a contract on a computer screen. She realized she had been slammed. I have another gentleman who thought for what the salesperson told him, he was going to save money. So he went in with the program. He finds out a year and a half later that what they told him was not true. Both of these clients of mine are left in terrible debt and facing no power because the bill's so high. I keep hearing about choice, but my clients do not have the information they need to make an informed choice. And that's really what choice should be. There should be an informed choice. Only a few foundations are out there to help all the thousands of clients understand their bill. We are working with families who are harmed by what has been happening for many years now. We are asking for guardrails to be put into place, the same as other businesses have. We are asking for all Marylanders to be protected. I'm here in very strong support of SB1 and want to thank Senator Augustine.
Okay, Ms. President.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the EEE Committee. I'm Tammy Bresnahan. I'm the Director of Advocacy for ARP Maryland, and I'm sure, Mr. Chair, you're not surprised to see me here today, as we have been working on this issue since 2018 and 2012 before that. Older Marylanders, and you have my written testimony, so I won't go into everything, but older Marylanders, and as Senator Augustine said, live on fixed incomes, clearly feel the effects of inflation more than the rest of us. And when they are, I don't like to say tricked, but they are advised that their electricity bill will and their gas bill will be lower, they swap, and then they are in this cycle. ARP believes we don't want to end competition. We believe that policymakers in states that have restructured or deregulated electricity and retail natural gas should adopt consumer protections, like Senator Augustine described, provide vigorous oversight to protect unfair, deceptive, and abusive practices, including deceptive marketing materials, and prohibit variable rate contracts. SB1 adopts consumer protections against marketing and service provisions. I just want to read you, I received this one just last week, and I'm surprised I can read it. At the star, utility rates can change while you are on this plan and may drop below your price. There is no guarantee you will save money with our price versus the utility supply rate. Cancellation may go up to 2 billing cycles. See important offer details on the back. So in 1999, I think you all were told that it was going to be cheaper, and they indicate here that it may not be cheaper. We're just asking you to look at this and to protect Maryland consumers. Thanks, Senator Augustine, and support Senate Bill 1. Thank you.
Okay, questions for Senator Augustine or any of the three sponsor panelists? Senator Vice Chair Kagan, then Senator Washington after that. Okay, Senator Washington, you lead off.
Oh, okay. So first of all, thank you so much, Senator Augustine. And this has been my sponsor panel for 6 years. We started in 18 just asking for report data. And we just asked for disclosures. Then we just asked again and again. And then finally, we began to make some headway. And I'll have to recognize our now comptroller, Brooke Learman, was the House cross-file on the bill that finally passed. And so I want to thank you, but again, just recognize that you all have been just at this, and then we've moved it down the line, and we've punted a few times, but it looks like now we might be able to go into the reg, to really make a difference. Senator, one of the things I wanted to ask is, and people might ask about that, in licensing, you're proposing that the salespeople are licensed.
Yes.
Are there other, well, I believe, I know that this, but can you talk more about why you believe that a licensure and a regulation of who may sell this product will be helpful?
Sure. Similar to the people who are selling insurance and things like that, who are licensed, there are certain things that they should know about what the product that they are selling, for one, for sure. There's certain education requirements. Again, that's what Chair Feldman had, that they should know about what they're doing. And then we make sure that they understand that, and that in the licensure process, we're able to also be sure that we know more about them and their profile, that they are an appropriate person to be selling into what oftentimes there's some vulnerable people. So this allows us to better know about who is selling these products. And this is the reason why licensing of the people who at this time are on the front lines and right now are just feeling they're just trying to make a buck. And I'm not mad at them. I mean, they're trying to make their dollar, but they aren't educated at this point as to what they are doing to the people on the other side, likely, because there's no requirement now. They don't even know. They're just sent out there and told, you just sell this stuff and make some money. And so I think that providing a license structure will educate the people and will also give us a mechanism to hold them accountable if they then choose with that to do things that are not fair or good for the people on the other side.
If maybe one or more of your sponsor panels maybe could address this. So in the passage of these prohibitions having to do with the population receiving state benefits, and our argument, you know, and others said, well, it's buyer beware. And we were able to say, well, these are, you know, this isn't what I was caveat emptor, but basically you just, this is state money. So therefore we have an obligation to protect state money. Can you provide some understanding about why do you think it's appropriate to extend this to individuals who are not currently receiving benefits and to broaden these protections?
So the challenge, a couple people have said, hey, there is this energy assistance law and it takes care of all the low income people. The challenge is that Office of Home Energy Programs Energy Assistance, called OHEP, is only reaching about 24% of the eligible population. So in our state, we have almost 500,000 households who are income eligible, and that's very low income. So there's 375,000 homes who are not protected by this bill right now. And to be very clear, if you read especially the UC Berkeley research that was done with 3 years of BG&E data, it is almost appalling, the results of where these suppliers are knowingly going into. They are not going, look, let's be honest. Has anybody here had somebody at their door?
Yes.
Ever?
Yes.
Well, and if you looked on the zip code map, you would see I lived in 21210 Roland Park, and then Senator Washington's is literally 3/4 of a mile. She gets 21 different suppliers, and in my neighborhood, 0. So it's extremely targeted. It's very predatory. And the challenge is that it's just not protective enough for all those 350,000 households. So I hope that explained it.
We also have a lot of families, besides those who are eligible for energy assistance and cannot get in, there are a lot of families that are just a couple dollars over what allows them to get into the state programs. And then if they're the ones that aren't protected, they're going to be your next target group. And that's a lot of my clients and my big concern, especially our seniors.
Can I also just say to that, Senator Washington, we are concerned about the cost of living for all Marylanders. Our cost of living in this state is high, and we need to do everything we can to reduce costs for Marylanders in all ways possible, including here. We just had a hearing where we talked about the cost of housing in our state, where we're trying to do things to reduce the overall cost for Marylanders. That's what this bill does. Every dollar counts for every Marylander. We're all trying to make it. And that's why I think it's appropriate that we extend where we think it makes sense to save money for the state. I think it really makes a whole lot of sense for us to extend those savings to all the people who we represent.
Okay, Vice Chair Kagan.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Augustine, for your diligent work on this important consumer protection issue. And thank you for walking us through the bill. I just had a question on page 9, lines 13 through 17. An electricity supplier, an energy salesperson, or any other person selling or offering to sell electricity in the state in violation of this subtitle after notice, blah, 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 is subject to a civil penalty of not more than $25,000.
Yep.
So thinking about hearings we had today and recently, What if that person is a veteran spouse, a
Yep.
returning citizen? They just are trying to have a job to support their family. They've been trained by the big guys, the guys in charge, and I will use generic guys, the people in charge, and they're just trying to earn a living. And so they hit a whole neighborhood and they talk to 20 people or something. They can't afford this. And are we really solving the problem to go after the little person, the salesperson, rather than the person who did the training, who implemented the policies that then are so objectionable? I would love to hear your thoughts on that.
I agree with you, Senator. This is an area where we're going to need to make some change for the very reason that you mentioned.
Right answer. Thank you, Senator.
Okay, Senator Gallion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A lot of testimony to go through here, and we've had I know all our offices have had a lot of folks reach us about this legislation. So I understand the concern. You have people that are being taken advantage of, especially, with the door-to-door stuff and all. We've heard a lot about that. Then also looking through the testimony, I mean, there's a lot of businesses in there that are talking about how much they like, the cost saving aspects of the choice and all in there.
Yeah.
And, many of them are opposing this bill. So I guess my question, is there a way that we can target those bad actors that are preying on these certain individuals and still be able to have those good choice components that these different businesses are referencing that they're worried they're going to lose with this legislation?
Senator, I think that there probably is a place for us to allow for businesses to have some choice. So that would be my answer to that. Did it answer, or is it not good enough?
How?
What I'm saying is, like, I think we probably should treat businesses who are a little bit more sophisticated and everything else different than our constituent than the retailer. So I'm just agreeing with you, sir.
So would that be through amendments?
Well, I'm saying
that
there are
you
going to be
preference?
lots of changes. We're going to work this bill. I mean, there's work to be done to get it right. We're going to make it right. I'm saying that's something I think that we'll probably be thinking through.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Senator Watson.
Quick question. So right now, when say somebody knocks on a door and proposing a lower rate, when the person gets the bill, that rate is kind of buried in the details of the other bill, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's all on one bill, but it is a separate section. If you look at your bill, you'll see a separate section for supply. But it is the whole thing. It is all one.
I mean,
bill.
But would the problem be rectified if that entity that's trying to offer a lower rate had their own direct billing and everything is spelled out in something separate and not kind of merged together with a Pepco or a BGE and make it really plain? Here's what you're paying each and every month, just like you do with Pepco or BGE.
I am not against consolidated billing. I mean, that's something that's in the works right now for this process, which would have that separate bill. But what I would say to you though, Senator, is how that wouldn't answer that is that right now, there's not a visibility to the amount that you're paying extra. So there's no way for you to know that you started in a place where you were saving money, a teaser rate, let's say, for 3 months, but then there's no price controls whatsoever. And in the fine print, they say after this initial period, we reserve the right with a variable rate to change how much you're paying just because we can do what we want.
From a credit card.
Credit cards are not that way. Credit cards are, they are attached to an APR, and typically they are attached to a funds rate from the Federal Reserve.
Teaser rates are offered with credit cards all the time.
And there are disclosures, and then we have regulations that will not allow them to increase their price by a certain amount, which that protection does not exist. That protection does exist for credit cards. There is no protection here. That's the difference. That's part of what we're talking about.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Senator Carozza, just reminded we have a lot of witnesses and another bill with a lot of witnesses, so try to keep the
I'll be
questions
brief.
tight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll be very brief. Senator, you mentioned that there's going to be plenty of amendments. We're going to work
Absolutely,
through it, but
Senator.
I guess to get to this point and knowing you the way we all know you, there was a lot of work, done, not just during the interim, but,
Absolutely.
beforehand. During that time, was there interaction with those who would be affected? And, it seems like there's a consensus about let's go after the bad actor. So there's that consensus. Was there in the development of this some specific recommendations that came from your interaction with the industry, and what are they? Have they been incorporated?
So here's what I'll say to you, Senator, and I tried my very best. I try to talk and receive as much feedback as possible. That's why you've heard some of what I've shared here inside of this, where we know we're going to make changes. What I've said to all of the industry players was I shared the draft with them early. I said, we're going to present this, this is where going to be our starting point. I've received a lot of their feedback, and I've said we're going to receive it again today. We're going to pull it all together. And there will be some changes. We'll try to get some changes in there to share with the committee and folks to be able to make an assessment of. So I took some of that into consideration. We talked it through. I've been thinking about it. That's why I'm able to respond here, as you've heard. It's the reason, I'm able to respond to some of that. And I've tried to be as collaborative as possible with it. But then there are just some fundamental things that are in here that are core to the issue. And it's core to the issue that the underlying principle of this free market was that the free market was going to save Marylanders money. And I'm just going to stick with that. So long as it saves Marylanders money, and I've said that to these folks, save our people money. Nothing in here. As long as you're saving Marylanders money from SOS, you can continue to operate exactly how you are. And so that's been my kind of driving principle on this. There has been disagreement on that, so it makes it challenging when folks come to me and say, well, if I can't save Marylanders money, I don't want to do business in Maryland. What can I do with that, Senator?
So what I'm hearing is the bill's out there. You did share it.
I did.
You got some feedback.
Yep.
Hasn't been incorporated at
Not
this
yet.
point. Okay.
Correct.
I just wanted to understand.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I think this will be a good time to move to the next panel. We've got two live witnesses also signed up favorable. And I'm going to call them up, and then we're going to move to the favorables with amendments and then unfavorables after that. So Franz Schneiderman and Jamie DeMarco are the two only favorable in-person witnesses signed up. And then we've got some PSC and others favorable with amendments. So we're going to start with you, Mr. Schneiderman, and then we'll go to Mr. DeMarco, and then we'll move on to the FWA group. So why don't you start? 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Feldman, members of the committee, for the opportunity to address this important issue. My name is Franz Schneiderman. I'm a consumer advocate, work with a group called Consumer Auto that works to protect Maryland consumers and drivers. Strongly support this piece of legislation because it seems to me that it makes the kind of changes in the marketplace that we've needed for a long time to turn this energy choice program that we have in Maryland from a problem for Maryland consumers into an asset. Now, of course, the idea that you could make choices about your energy sources and suppliers is an attractive idea, but choice really only works well for consumers if they have access to good information and if they're protected against predatory behavior. And the opposite has been the case here. It's very hard for most consumers to understand all the various offers that we see and that we get at our doorsteps. I've had this happen repeatedly as a homeowner in Baltimore as well. Very aggressive sales tactics, very pushy, and it's hard to negotiate. And I was unable to get people to give me a clear comparison of what their supply would cost versus what BGE would cost me. So I said no, but I know other people get pushed into making problematic choices here. I want to stress that it's not just a Maryland problem. It's not just a problem of a few bad actors in the Maryland market. Around the country, we've had similar issues. National research shows people in New Jersey, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, other states paying really quite excessive fees for electricity through the retail choice program, a lot more than they pay from traditional suppliers. This bill, makes the kind of reforms in the marketplace, protect people against overcharges, establish other kinds of consumer protections against predatory contracts with variable rates that automatically renew and prove very harmful to consumers. And just quickly, I'd say, again, it doesn't prevent alternative suppliers from competing for market share. It just requires that they do so in a way that's cost competitive and respects consumer protection. So I hope you'll give the bill a favorable report.
Okay,
Thank you.
Mr. DeMarco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Jamie DeMarco. I'm the Maryland Director at the Chesapeake Climate Action Network, and we urge a favorable report. I want to thank Senator Augustine for bringing this terrific bill that protects consumers, and we think that is absolutely critical. We have got to meet our climate pollution reduction mandates, and we have got to do it while protecting Maryland consumers. We can do that because we know wind and solar and batteries are the most cost effective and the cheapest forms of energy available. That's why 95% of the PJM is made up of wind, solar, and batteries. They're the cheapest forms of energy. But when a company says, do you want to sign up for clean energy? And then charges you 3 times standard offer service, not only is that a predatory rate, but it is sending the false message that these technologies are prohibitively expensive. And we don't think that's right. We can have clean energy and protect our consumers, and we think that this is a good bill to do that. Thank you. We urge a favorable report.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for our 2 witnesses here? Okay, thank you. We're going to now move to a panel. I've got 5 witnesses signed up favorable with amendments, and we have 5 seats. So I'm going to call up Tom Dennison from SMECO. I see him in the back. Christina Ochoa from the PSC. Ben Baker from the PSC, our chair, Fred Hoover from the Maryland Public Service Commission, and finally, David Lapp from Office of People's Counsel. So that's our favorable with amendments panel. And then after this, we'll move to the unfavorable panels. So why don't we lead off with you, Mr. Dennison, and then we'll just go and maybe we'll go with Chair Hoover after that and then take from there.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Tom Dennison. I'm the Vice President of Government Affairs and Public Affairs for Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative. It's a pleasure to be in front of this committee. Senator Augustine, thank you for this bill. This has been a long time coming. And Senator Washington, I sat on these panels as well with you for the last 6 years. So let's just start with Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative. We're a not-for-profit co-op, and our standard offer service that we offer is a straight pass-through. What we buy is what we charge. So, Senator, when we talk about the marketing costs for allowing us to communicate with our members, those marketing costs are recovered through the same people we're trying to educate. So let's keep that in mind when we go through the amendment. My amendment is attached, Mr. Chairman, that is very simple. The Senator referenced it earlier about expanding the ability to market standard offer service for investor-owned utilities. SMECO wants that same opportunity. What we also want to represent and what we also want to educate our members on is we have something called a Rider G. It's a standard offer service product that is a green alternative. The gentleman from CCAN just talked about how people may be paying more for quote unquote green energy. For us, we want to be able to tell people that our standard offer service has 32% green energy in it now. When you sign up for Rider G, that we make up the rest, that 67% with green renewable energy credits. This is a very big deal for us. It was fought every step of the way from the renewable or from the retail suppliers, but it's a product we'd like to tell people about. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, 10 seconds. We've had, in 2018, we had 4,500 of our members on retail supply. They overpaid over SOS by 1.1 million. In 2023, we have less than 3,000 alternative supply customers who paid over 3.6 million over SOS. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll end my comments.
Okay, why don't we go to Mr. Chair Hoover? And I know you've got two of your team from the Public Service Commission. So why don't you start?
Sure. Thank you very much, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan. I'm Fred Hoover. I'm the Chair of the Maryland Public Service Commission. With me, I have Ben Baker, who's one of the commission advisors, who's been intimately involved in the retail supply issues before the Public Service Commission. And at the end of the table, Christina Ochoa, who is our new legislative representative. Lisa Smith, who had worked for the commission for a number of years, has moved to the private sector. And so Christina's come on board to take on her role. The Public Service Commission is requesting a favorable report with amendments on Senate Bill 1. We have provided in our written testimony a fairly detailed list of amendments that we are seeking on this. But I also want to say to the committee and to the sponsor and to the various parties interested in this bill, the commission is willing to work with all entities to craft a piece of legislation that changes how retail supply is done here in the state of Maryland. I think it's given the fact that we have now been in this situation for 25 years since the 1999 Act passed, it probably is time for us to take a very detailed look at how retail energy supply is marketed here in the state of Maryland. I think the Senate Bill 1 has a list of a number of potential reforms that could be adopted for the retail supply process. You're going to hear, I'm sure, later on that from some of these companies that, they're not part of the problem. And so therefore, we really don't need to make any changes on this. But I think that actually is part of the problem. The companies that have been causing the difficulties, the example that was related by the first panel of harmful activities, those companies aren't here because they don't pay any attention to the current rules and regulations, and they're certainly not going to participate in this process. But we are at a stage where we need to take a hard look at the current process of providing retail energy in the state of Maryland, and this is the perfect opportunity to make those changes.
Chair Hoover, are the two other PSC?
No, actually, I'm the only.
Okay, so they're just here for
us,
questions or so?
I will take questions now, or?
Okay, well then
you
let's
wanna-
go to our Office of Special Office of People's Counsel, David Lapp, next. And Mr. Lapp, you've got 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, and thank you, Senator Augustine, for bringing forward this important bill. This bill, we are in favor of this bill. We have our written testimony has some suggestions for it. We will probably have some additional suggestions as well, and we very much look forward to working with folks to get it right. The Office of People's Counsel, we litigate these cases before the commission all the time. So we have been experiencing the problems in this market for quite some time. We have customers paying thousands of dollars more than they should. It's really disheartening to see how customers don't get relief from these issues. So just to point out some very important aspects of the bill, for us, the licensing requirements right now, licenses are perpetual. They should be renewed. This bill would address that. Teaser rates are a huge problem. People don't go shopping for electricity, every other month. That doesn't happen. And those rates harm consumers all the time. Prohibitions on commission-based sales. So when we have salespeople going door to door and they're paid on a commission by how many people they enroll, that leads to abuses. This bill would address that. Accounts receivable. Very important. I won't get into that, but that's a very important provision in this bill. Increased penalties, reporting, all necessary. Protections against green marketing. We want to know whether that green marketing is actually green or not. We need to fix that, and this bill is a great vehicle to do that. I want to just focus a moment on the argument that you may hear about this being utilities versus competition. And the rate cases, everything you have going on before the Public Service Commission, that's the other portion of the bill. That is not the supply portion. That's what we're focused on here. And we urge a favorable report. We look forward to working on amendments. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you to the panel. We're going to go to Senator Brooks.
Thanks, Chair. This question is to Chair Hoover.
Sure.
Before I ask my question, I'd like to give some context about it. And in 2020, the legislature passed SB 603, which was an energy consumer protection bill that required the PSC to develop a training and education program to inform licensed electric providers on PSC regulations. Now, but this bill only mandated that a designated representative from the electric providers receive this training on PSC regulations. Now, however, SB 1 on page 11, line 6 to 8 requires that an application for a license of an electric salesperson should contain proof of compliance with all the applicable trainings requirements for customer protection. So my question, do you believe that licensed salesperson, as stated in SB 1, each need a comprehensive training on PSC regulations in order to receive a license and better serve the consumers? Or is the current model of only training designated representatives from the electric supplier enough to ensure that salespersons at the energy supplier are informed and following the PSC regulations and anti-competitive and abusive practices?
So I guess I'll pick option 3, which is, I think there needs to be education of employees of retail energy supply companies. I'm concerned that the current definition in SB 1 is so broad that we require to train literally everyone. So probably what we need to do is focus on those employees of the retail suppliers who actually have direct interaction and supervise direct interaction of those folks that deal with customers. So, you know, if they do use door-to-door salesmen, then probably those folks ought to be trained. And the people that supervise those people probably ought to be trained.
Mhm.
We don't necessarily probably need to train the accountant of the retail supplier because they probably know how to do their business. So.
Okay, thanks. One other question. May I follow up, Chair?
Go on.
Yeah. This bill also says that banning commission for the salesperson. Do you think that's going to help reduce the problem that we have? Is that a bit?
I don't know that, you know, those types of incentives. I've actually had conversations with the retail suppliers about, you know, sort of how they operate their business. And quite honestly, those conversations have been pretty blunt about current practices and concerns that I've had. I don't know that necessarily banning the use of commissions entirely would fix the problem. So I guess don't have a strong opinion about one way or the other. So.
Okay, we'll go to Senator Carrozza, then we'll go over Senator Watson after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my question's also directed for Chair Hoover. First, want to thank you for what some of us new to the energy issues on this committee. You've been very good about your access and explaining different issues to us. My question is, given Maryland's current budget challenges and the concern that we have with new costs to new bills, how would the PSC implement this with existing limited resources? The fiscal note, discusses the expensive, the licensing process. So I think wanted to ask you how you would actually implement it with current resources.
So, I will be perfectly frank with you. In order to do licensing of employees of companies and advanced training on that will cost some money. We're going to need more resources to do that. Now, one thing about the Public Service Commission, we're not a general funded agency. We actually are funded by, a user fee more or less. And there's provisions in the bill that would require a specific assessment against the retail suppliers. I have some concerns as to whether or not that would actually generate enough money. But so it may have to be covered by the overall assessment that funds the Public Service Commission. But I think if you craft and narrow the focus of the training and the licensing, that we can probably get it done without a significant increase in personnel. And I think the licensing of the companies we can do under the existing personnel that we have. So there's sort of two licensing provisions that are in SB 1. One, a renewal process for the retail supply company that I think actually is a pretty necessary component. But then the second part of the training and licensing of specific employees of the companies.
And in the current draft of the bill, have you estimated what those costs might be?
We have provided information on the fiscal note. So it looks like it would be like 300,000 to 400,000 in salaries and personnel. So that we would need additional personnel to deal with this through the outcoming fiscal year. So not 300,000 per year, but over the next few years to do it.
You think that's a realistic amount?
That's the amount that my folks, whose job it is to generate what this is going to cost us. And they've actually, as Lisa Smith did pretty well, was pretty good at saying, hey, this is what it's going to cost. So those same folks have provided those numbers. So the numbers we gave that are in the fiscal note, I think are
Which would lead you, it'd be kind of more narrow training to certain.
Yeah. And again, as you narrow the focus of that, then obviously that number would change and go down. So
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, let's go. Okay, any additional questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you, folks. Now we're going to go to the unfavorables. Again, we've got 5 seats up there. I'm going to call 5 names and we'll just do it that way. Brian Anlou from Aoba, Steve Vecchio, John Hanger, David Farmer, Travis Kavula. So those are 5 names, 5 seats. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Hanger's virtual. Okay, here, I'm going to call one other live name and then we'll pick up then, we're going to go Lisa Smith also. You can come up, Lisa. And then when we're done with this, we'll pick up our virtual witness, Mr. Hanger. Oh, okay. Well, let's do these 5 and then we'll go to a couple of virtuals. And okay. So why don't we go just in the order, Mr. Anlou, just go in the order I called everybody. Okay. So 1, 2, actually you lead and then we'll just go down the line. So Mr. Anlou, you can lead off.
Sure.
2 minutes each.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Brian Anlou on behalf of the Apartment and Office Building Association of Metropolitan Washington. AOBA members own or manage approximately 20.5 million square feet of commercial office space and over 215,000 apartment units in the state of Maryland. Many of our members in Maryland purchase their electric and natural gas supply through retail competitive supply contracts. Others receive electric supply service from utilities standard offer service through the utilities. We're opposed to this regulation for 4 reasons. The first is that it would require that a supply contract not exceed 12 months at a time and restrict the determination of that price. These new restrictions impact the way our members purchase energy supply completely and will completely change the way they do business. Many of them purchase energy supply through very complex and sophisticated layering strategies that saves them money in increments of more than 12 months, sometimes 2 to 5 year contracts, and even longer, up to 10 years. So it's important that our members continue to have the ability to choose the length of their contracts and the timing of the supply purchases, since this is the way that most commercial properties purchase their supply and budget for their energy costs. Number 2, it would prohibit an electric supplier from imposing a fee on customers for cancellation or early termination of an electricity supply agreement. If there's no penalty or cancellation fee for a contract, then there is effectively no contract. Number 3, SB 1 would require that the term of a license be limited to 3 years and must then be renewed. And number four, SB one would allow Maryland utilities to market standard office service rates to consumers in its service territory. AOPA submits that this new provision will essentially allow the utility to market its SOS in competition with retail suppliers and will serve to limit the number of suppliers in Maryland and further destroy the retail market. So in conclusion, we urge an unfavorable report on SB one.
Okay, Ms. Smith.
Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kayan, and committee members. I am here today, Lisa Smith, on behalf of REAL, the Retail Energy Advancement League. It's a national organization that is committed to the expansion and modernization of the retail energy markets. You're going to hear from some of our members today. We were founded out of the belief that smart regulation and consumer protections are vital for a healthy market that will help drive our transition to a clean energy economy. We do appreciate Senator Augustine's willingness to meet with us, and as we do want to work with the committee while we are asking for an unfavorable vote today. We would like to work on compromises to enhance consumer protections. You can see our Consumer Bill of Rights on our website, and REAL has been working to host formal dialogues and events with regulators in over 10 states to talk about enhancing consumer education and complaint tracking. REAL believes that price regulation is antithetical to the competitive market. However, there's no other product on the competitive marketplace, including internet, cell phone service, that is economically regulated. However, we do believe the PSC plays a critical role, as been mentioned today, in implementing licensing and fair and transparent marketing practices. We've heard about the supplier training program that is pending implementation. Second, there is a docket open at the PSC for the purpose of identifying and enacting additional consumer protections and examining the purchase of receivables policy with all stakeholders around the table. Third, regulations were recently promulgated to implement Senator Washington's legislation to regulate the offerings available to individuals on energy assistance. To our knowledge, no supplier has applied to the PSC to make an offering to this population. And fourth, we know supplier consolidated billing is about to be implemented. And we know the PSC currently licenses the companies, and finally, I'll just, in closing, we'd like to come to the table if there are enhancements to be made. We'd like to have that discussion and help craft a bill that will help the market and help consumers. Thank you.
Hi, I'm David Farmer. I'm the energy management person for Grady Management Incorporated in Silver Spring, Maryland. We have about 7,000 apartment units spread across 29 apartment communities in central Maryland, from Frederick County down to Charles County. I've grown old coming to these hearings and so on, various energy hearings since 1983. You guys dragged us into the brave new world of retail competition back in about 23 years ago. When we went kicking and screaming, we were against it, but we figured it out. And I understand that people are having issues with it and people are being ripped off. But right now, for us, we learned, me specifically, and my compatriots at other property management companies, how to do this and do it right. For instance, right now, the Pepco current SOS rate is 11.84 cents, if I remember correctly. I have electricity coming in, including to our subsidized housing and affordable housing communities, at 8.3 cents. That's just the part that's under contention here, not the distribution rates from Pepco or BG&E. So we are saving money. We understand there are people not saving money and the opposite happening. So the opinion of the president of Grady Management, and my own opinion, is that the SB1, the way it is presented, is like a shotgun, when maybe a scalpel or a couple scalpels and skilled surgeons would be better to deal with this. Because the way it's written, it's going to hurt us, going to hurt our clients. Since we have figured out we can manage the way the situation is. So anyhow, that's my say. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Good, thank you, sir. Next up.
Hi, my name is Steve Lavecchio. I'm Vice President of Engineering and Energy at K Management. We have 10,500 units in the state of Maryland, and my annual energy budget is $7.2 million. The whole point of deregulation is to offer consumer choice. We set our annual budgets. We buy energy often years in advance. The Pepco standard offer rate changes quarterly, and the Washington gas rate changes monthly. we set our annual budgets. We don't like risk and we don't like volatility. For comparison, one example is Iverson Tower Apartments. This time last year, this Pepco standard offered rate was 19 cents a kilowatt hour, and we were buying power at 8.5 cents. Now it's a little over 11 cents, and we're buying at 8 cents too. So our residents benefit from deregulation. Had we only been able to buy power 12 months in advance, we would have spent tens of thousands of dollars more buying the same power. So we understand the consumer choice issue. I've gotten those marketers off of my properties many times, but please allow us to go into the market and get these long-term contracts when energy is cheap. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. I'm Travis Kavula, Vice President of Regulatory Affairs for NRG Energy. NRG is a Fortune 500 company and the largest competitive supplier to residential consumers in the country, one of the largest in the state of Maryland. I live in Prince George's County myself. I'm a former chairman of the Montana Public Service Commission, but my wife, born and raised in Maryland, brought me out here, delighted to be here. And I hope you'll preserve the competitive market that I've relied upon ever since I've lived here. About 600,000 electric and gas customers make the choice to be provided supply by competitive suppliers today. It accounts for about 41% of the state's total electricity peak demand and a little more of half than the natural gas that's supplied to customers. So it's a big market, and this bill, I think, represents an existential threat. Candidly, if this bill was passed, reputable companies like mine, we don't do door-to-door marketing or any of the stuff you've heard about today, would likely exit this market. But I think who wouldn't exit the market are the disreputable suppliers. It could threaten, frankly, a death spiral to the market as a whole. It could make the problem worse rather than remediating some of the worst actors on the market. It'd prohibit a number of products, unwittingly, I think, that are very popular with our customers. Right now, a customer under SOS is only given 34% renewable content as part of their supply. But by shopping, you can green up that product to 100%. That's what I do. I pay a cent more than the SOS price willingly. I don't consider that being overcharged, but this bill would outlaw my choice to do that. You've heard as well about the longer than 12-month contracts that people use to lock in a rate over a longer period of time, rather than be subject to changing prices every few months or every month in the case of gas utilities. This bill would outlaw those products as well. And then finally, SB 1 would even prevent customers from shopping, even if their only desire was to obtain savings in the short term. The law caps the price of plans shopping customers can buy at the 12-month historical average. That average right now for Pepco is about 9.9 cents, but the current rate for Pepco is 12 cents. So you'd be outlawing competitive products between 10 and 12 cents, even though if you signed up for those, they would save you money tomorrow. So I encourage you to vote out an unfavorable report on this legislation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. The panel, we've got Senator Augustine.
The gentleman from you're from K?
Yes.
So are you like Kaywood Gardens in Kirkwood?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to say hello to you. A lot of my constituents live in those buildings, and we really appreciate you.
Oh,
So
thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, any additional? We've got Senator Lewis here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've always believed in the adage, if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. So do you all have any recommendations as to how do you maintain a competitive atmosphere while minimizing predatory practices?
I'll take this first, Senator, and thank you for the question. I think a big part of it is the implementation of laws that the Assembly has already passed. You've heard of SB 603 already. We have a significant quality control, quality assurance program for the people who do energy sales on behalf of our company. We think that auditing and reporting requirements around that law would be very significant. We've heard about bad actors slamming people, doing unauthorized enrollments. That's already unlawful under the rules. To the extent that there are energy suppliers who are doing that, their licenses should be revoked, can be revoked right now. And the commission has set up a division to already pursue that kind of cases. So I think there are some steps that, in a way, the commission just needs to implement. and conduct better enforcement of this market rather than trying to start outlawing products or kind of leapfrogging ahead with reforms that when previous reforms, haven't been implemented.
Okay, Senator Carosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This would be to Mr. Cavola. Am I pronouncing that correct?
That's right.
I just wanted to pick up on a couple comments you made because they were concerning. You obviously have experience in other states from Montana, given your prior position. What I heard you say is the bill as written would cause, businesses like yours not to do business in Maryland, which is concerning. Have you put forward some recommendations in that Senator Augustine has made clear that that there was some feedback on the front end that hasn't, been factored into the bill that's been presented today? I just wanted to see if there's, been that exchange or follow up.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator, I think it's fair to say not quite yet. I got a draft of the bill, I think 5 days before its introduction, and that's just not enough time to grapple with a bill of this length and complexity. We've filed extensive comments at the commission in their open proceeding about regulatory reforms that touch on a lot of these issues. We can certainly refer you to that set of commentary, and our current position is cumulatively the bill really is a market killer. I mean, a company like ours has to make decisions on what kind of resources to dedicate to a couple of dozen different markets in electricity and gas across the United States. Up until lately, we've actually spent a lot of resources trying to get supplier consolidated billing, for example, off the ground, to the extent that people are, for example, being slammed by competitive suppliers. A big remedy to that is them, and I think this was brought up earlier, getting a bill with a very visible logo from their supplier. Suddenly they realize, because it's not just a charge hanging out on page 3 of their Pepco bill, that their supplier is switched, and that can be sort of a visible tool to enforce accountability into the market. So we've invested to this point hundreds of thousands of dollars. Cumulatively, the market has invested millions of dollars in trying to operationalize those reforms, which are due to be finally implemented at the end of this year. And I just worry that now those reforms frankly won't have any value at all, because there will just be a lack of willingness on the part of companies like ours to invest in a market with such significant regulatory changes and uncertainty like those we see in SB1.
You were referring me to some of your comments that you did through the PSC process, where some of those comments also could be factored in as this bill is being worked on?
Yes, Senator. Some of them are on very related issues. For example, the bill contains a prohibition on the purchase of receivables. Right now, utilities purchase supplier receivables because the utility bills for supplier charges. And if you're the billing agent for someone else's charges, it kind of makes sense that you would purchase their receivables. In supplier consolidated billing, we're kind of seeking to flip that script. We would be billing for utility charges in addition to our own under a bill in our label. And so a lot of the commentary about reform at the commission has to do with that, has to do with licensing, has to do with door-to-door marketing practices. So there's already a pending regulatory proceeding about a lot of that. That could be accomplished by regulation, because the statutory paradigm of Maryland gives broad authority to the commission to do these things, or it could be accomplished by statute. It's true. But there just hasn't quite been a good feedback loop of the comprehensive record that exists in that docket in the Maryland Commission to the legislative process, at least not to date.
Okay, we're going to go to Senator Brooks and then Washington, and then let's go on to the next panel, because we still have one final bill, which also has a lot of witnesses. So I don't want to keep you guys here all night. So Senator Brooks, then Senator Washington, then we'll go to the next panel. Actually, we have a couple of virtual witnesses, then another panel. Senator Brooks.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Kuvola, NRG.
Yep.
All right, sir. On page 17 of SB1, line 29 and 30, it says an electric supplier may not impose on a customer a fee for cancellation or early termination of an electric supply agreement. Now, to me, this seems like it's a reasonable reasonable protection for the customer. Now, are cancellation fees, essential to the business model? Or
Well, Senator, let me just very briefly explain what the business model is. If
Okay.
a customer agrees to sign a 2-year contract with us, what we will do is go out and buy the energy forward that we think is necessary to serve that customer over a 2-year time at the time the contract is signed. And so when a customer then cancels their contract with us, it leaves us with a potential stranded cost associated with that forward purchase of energy. That's what cancellation fees are intended to protect against in contracting. But I will be candid with you, there are other jurisdictions that have outlawed cancellation fees in states for residential customers in states that we operate in.
Yeah.
And we nevertheless have maintained our businesses in those states. So if I was going to rank my problems, from 1 to 30 with the piece of legislation, this one wouldn't break the top 10 in all candor.
Okay, all right. Okay, thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Senator Washington.
Thank you. Actually, I have 2 questions now. I just want to follow up when I understand about the forward purchasing of the energy, and there's a 2-year contract, right? So you forward purchased 2 years worth of energy at a particular cost. Is that correct? So say you bought it at 9 cents in 2022.
That's right, Senator, for a customer who signed a long-term agreement with us,
Right.
yes.
So for those that have variable rates then, so the cost of that 9 cents, that's 9 cents, for some of these contracts, the price of that energy that you purchased in 2022 goes up, right? So it could go up 17 cents, et cetera, but yet you bought it at 9 cents. So if they canceled, I'm not quite sure where you lose the money, if you get my understanding.
Right.
It's not like you're buying it along and so am I right? So
Yes.
so the profit therefore is the ability to raise it well above that amount. I mean, that's what it is, to raise it above to raise it above that amount.
Well, Senator, I could be confused, but I don't think the customers who are on variable rates in the state have signed term contracts. In other words, they have not signed
Well, help
contracts.
me understand which one you're talking about, because I guess we were talking about the fees, et cetera. So I want to
Right.
make sure I understand which customers, so that if we are making
That's right.
amendments, that I understand.
So typically customers served under variable rates will be served under a month-to-month contract that has no termination fee, typically. There could be certain retailers who do that,
They
but
do have, so just so that you know, some companies do have those, but which ones, what are you talking about?
so in the typical retail business model, you have a choice. You have a choice to sign a 6-month contract, a 12-month contract, a 24-month contract, or to go on a variable rate. Usually cancellation fees will be present, if at all, in the longer dated tenors of the contracts, because they have the commercial features that I was discussing with Senator Brooks. They basically, if we know we're going to have a customer for at least 2 years, we want to buy forward supply of energy for 2 years to lock in our cost, just like the customer has locked in her cost. Whereas that's not the case with variable price contracts, right? If I have the pricing power, if I have not agreed to a fixed price with my customer, then when my wholesale costs rise, I can simultaneously increase the retail price of the contract.
Okay, so I guess the image I'm having is that you've bought 2 years of energy for a particular consumer, and if they only use 16 months of that, then you have 8 months of energy sitting on the shelf that you can't sell anywhere else, or I mean, you're not able to use it, or.
Yes, Senator, it will get used.
Yeah,
It'll get used in a sense, but let's imagine a scenario where we've agreed to supply the customer at a 12 cent per kilowatt hour price for 2 years. A bit of a premium, given the fact that there's certainty associated with the price point. You'll often see longer dated contracts be slightly higher priced than shorter dated contracts, right? So let's imagine month 16 rolls around, we're still sitting on that 8 months forward of energy, but the market price of energy is 10 cents or 9 cents a kilowatt hour. That means that if a customer cancels the contract, we, the supplier, even though we thought we had a binding contract with the end use customer, are sitting on 8 months of supply that's 3 cents out of the money. And may not seem like a lot for an individual residential customer, but you multiply it by tens of thousands of customers and it can add up.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question, or just making sure I understand, is that the length. So if the length was allowed for certain, I don't know, commercial entities, that length was allowed to be, you know, more than the 12 months, then you're more comfortable. Most of your concern would go away.
Yeah, absolutely. And some of my members are here and can speak to that as well.
Okay.
But yes,
Just wanna-
essentially, if there was an
we want to get to
exemption.
our yes portions of the legislation, and then we can
Yes.
focus on the more tricky areas.
Yes, I do
Okay.
think, just going back to Senator Brooks' question, that on the apologies here, on the and I think this speaks to your question on the imposition of a fee and whether that, you know, is a contract or not, and how that impacts our members. Yeah, I mean, if there's no contract and suppliers no longer want to offer service in Maryland on the commercial or residential side, that would impact us. And so
we don't imagine that really happening, and that doesn't happen. So, okay. All right.
Okay. Thank you, folks. We're gonna go grab 2 virtual witnesses that have been patiently in the queue, and then we'll go back and finish up with the live witnesses. So we've got John Hanger, who I announced earlier, and the other virtual witness is Joseph Oliker. So we're gonna try to pull them up, and then we'll go. Mr. Hanger, see you, and then so we're gonna start with you, Mr. Hanger. You've got 2 minutes, and then we'll go to the other witness, and then we'll go back to live witness. Mr. Hanger, can you hear me? Mr. Hanger? Okay. Mr. Hanger? I think you're on mute or something to that effect. Hold on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we can. So you've got 2
All
minutes.
right.
You've signed up unfavorable. So why don't you start?
Yes, thank you, Senator. And members of the committee, it's been a long day, so I'll try to keep this brief. My name is John Hanger. I'm a former legal service attorney in the city of Philadelphia for poor families. I'm a former public advocate for residential customers in the city of Philadelphia, former public utility commissioner nominated by Governor Casey, former DEP secretary nominated by Governor Rendell, and a former secretary of policy working with Governor Wolf. My mother, most importantly, is a resident, long-term resident of Maryland. About 10 years ago, she signed up for a 2-year contract, 50% wind. Under this bill, she couldn't do that. She did pay a little bit more to support wind development. We talked about what it really meant, where the wind was located. It was located actually just across the border in Pennsylvania, but was part of the PJM Maryland Power Pool. She did not get overcharged. She got exactly what she wanted, yet the proponents of this bill would say she got overcharged and would outlaw her choice. I'm very much opposed to doing that. Default service varies every 3 months, as we've heard. I personally would never be on default service for that reason. I want some price certainty. I would want at least a 1-year contract, probably longer. It also, default service is highly polluting. It is mostly burning gas. I'm a deep supporter of climate action and moving towards renewable energy. Customers across the country have built a significant amount of wind and solar, 51 gigawatts nationally up to 2021. Those are large customers like Microsoft and Amazon buying clean energy. Smaller customers
Okay, if you could just bring it to closure, that'd be appreciated.
Yes, I'll close very quickly. So I'm here to say competition works. Customers in Philadelphia are paying 1996 prices. Don't kill the market in Maryland. Keep it, reform it if you must, make it better, but keep it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Oliker. You're next, 2 minutes.
Sorry. Good evening, Chair Feldman, Vice Chairwoman Kagan, and members of the Education and Environment Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this important topic. My name is Joe Oliker, and I'm Deputy General Counsel for IGS Energy. I'm here to testify in opposition to Senate Bill 1. We understand that this bill has been described as a consumer protection measure. While we embrace the opportunity to talk about that, this bill would effectively eliminate retail competition in Maryland. I will urge you to read my written testimony and try to focus on a few specific elements of the bill that we believe will harm renewable energy development and stop IGS from providing green energy products to customers in Maryland. First, IGS prides itself on reinvesting 90% of our profits, mostly into development of residential and commercial solar facilities. By closing the market in Maryland, the bill would reduce our profitability and thereby reduce the total amount of capital we have available to build solar. Solar, of course, is highly capital intensive. Second, this bill would effectively eliminate the voluntary green retail energy market. Renewable energy credits are often used to supply those products. Of course, the renewable energy credit market is national, with prices determined by supply and demand. By eliminating the voluntary market, there will be more RECs available, which will put downward pressure on prices. With a smaller revenue stream from RECs from our solar facilities, it's harder to make projects pencil and it's harder to build them. Finally, this bill would undermine the confidence that's necessary to make long-term investments in renewable energy facilities. Solar facilities have a useful life of 20 years or more, with the expectation that your investment will be recovered over that time. When a legislature upsets long-standing market principles in the energy industry, it raises significant doubts whether other similarly situated businesses will also be disrupted. So therefore, this would undermine our future outlook in the Maryland energy market for community solar and solar. With that, we appreciate the opportunity to testify before the committee, and we look forward to working with lawmakers to reach a reasonable solution. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for either of the two virtual witnesses? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, gentlemen. We're going to now go back to some live testimony. I'm going to call up following names: David Murray, Nancy Colum, Jennifer Spinozzi, Rick Benetti, Richard Reinhardt. And then after that, the only final two witnesses are Christina Montgomery and Eric Badia, but we've got that's 7 names. But so the first 5 I called up come up, and then those last 2 you'll be coming up next. So the order I called, David Murray, why don't you lead off because I called you first, and then we'll make our way through the panel. Okay, Mr. Murray?
Sure.
Everybody's got 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Feldman, members of the committee. David Murray. I'm with Legacy Solar Partners. We're based in Alexandria, Virginia, and I'm here today to implore you to preserve Maryland's options for clean, renewable energy and incentives for electric vehicle adoption and not make the Maryland market look like the Virginia market. And I say this because right now, the way that SB 1 is written, it really puts a lot of strings attached and constraints on the what customers have as options to adopt wind and solar and other forms of clean renewable energy and help drive deployment in our region. So, for instance, the way that this bill overregulates product pricing and a number of other mechanisms, it basically would eliminate the dozens of options that Marylanders currently enjoy, whether it's local renewable energy like wind and solar, or incentives for EV charging and other mechanisms that make us transform into the clean energy economy that we so desperately need. Now, where I live in Virginia, if I would like to have a 100% clean energy option, I just have one. And that is what Dominion is going to offer me. And Dominion has historically relied on existing biomass facilities or existing hydroelectric facilities to meet those demands. Whereas if I was across the river in Maryland, I would be able to choose from dozens of options. So currently, the way I read this bill is this is really a big advantage for incumbent utilities, as they're not only able to market their services, but it will also eliminate these myriad of options that Marylanders currently enjoy and hand those customers back over to standard offer of service. Thank you again for this opportunity, and I urge you to vote no on SB 1.
Ms. Murray, why don't you hand that to your right, and then we'll go just down the row. Okay, tell us who you are. You get 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak today. My name is Nancy Cullum. I'm with Southern Management Companies. I'm a utility specialist within the accounting team there. I'm seeking an unfavorable vote. I've listened to what everyone has said, and I do believe people need more education, and the elderly do need protected. However, businesses like us have been very successful in buying supply from suppliers. We've been doing it ever since deregulation. We save our residents a lot of money. We've never been in a position where we have been paying more than the standard office service. It's well planned out. Our contracts, we have between 5, I even have one for our electric power at 10 years right now. We are able to budget because of this. We budget very carefully with everything in our company, but with our utilities, very closely monitored. We have a 3-person team that monitors every bill that comes in. And being able to budget allows us to plan for the capital improvements, especially with the changes in the utility markets with the energy efficiency. We have old buildings. We have 20,000 units in Maryland. Most of our buildings are older than 1978. So the cost to change and to come into accordance with the energy efficiency standards is going to cost us a fortune. So to be able to budget for that is extremely important to us. Our residents are really important. We do pass through our savings on utilities directly to them. So thank you for your time. And we are hoping for some changes to SB 1.
Okay, just pass that down the middle.
Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on Senate Bill 1. My name is Jennifer Spinosi. I'm the General Counsel and EVP of Corporate Affairs at Clean Choice Energy. Clean Choice is a renewable energy company with a mission to transform the electricity market by making it easy for residential customers to switch to clean renewable energy. We've been doing business in Maryland for more than 10 years, and our customers have chosen to pay a premium for our 100% renewable products, and we never charge them an early termination fee. We also recently obtained $100 million investment in new capital to develop and acquire solar facilities right here in the Mid-Atlantic. Our vision is to become a vertically integrated renewable energy company that builds and operates solar facilities located in the same region and for the benefit of our retail customers. I'm testifying today to voice our strong opposition to this bill. And as written, I agree this bill would effectively end the retail market in Maryland and result in Maryland customers losing their ability to choose 100% renewable energy for their home. Customers are willing to pay a premium for renewable energy that includes 100% from wind and solar rather than utility default service that only meets the RPS. And the new pricing caps and unprecedented standards for voluntary renewable products would end that choice in Maryland. I do agree with some of the earlier comments around customer education, and we strongly believe that informed customers are empowered customers, and we do see an opportunity for Maryland to make an additional investment in that. Up in Pennsylvania, we recently heard that Pennsylvania's shopping site gets over 1 million visitors per year to a state-sponsored site that's educating customers about retail choice. And we think that Maryland should seek to extend those education efforts as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Reinhardt, and then we'll finish with Mr. Benetti and we'll open up for Q&A.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the Senate E3 Committee. For the record, my name is Richard Reinhardt with Percy Public Affairs. We represent the Retail Energy Supply Association called RESA. We join the panelists to oppose SB1 in its current iteration. We have submitted our written testimony detailing our concerns with the restructuring provisions of this bill. Certainly, as I said, we echo the concerns that my colleagues have expressed already. So for the purposes of my testimony, I'd like to just kind of bring the conversation back to consumer protection. Before I do, I want to just say thank you to the sponsor of the bill. We met with the senator prior to this bill hearing a few weeks ago. We had an opportunity to talk to him the other day, and it was very evident that he's very passionate about the issue. And I believe Senator Young mentioned, if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. For RESA, we too firmly believe that customer protection and industry accountability are paramount. And we've been here at the table time and time again. We've heard from the panelists prior to this that there has been legislative actions that you have all passed. We have supported that. That includes the Public Service Commission electronic training and education program. We've also supported a few years ago the informational creation of a website that the Public Service Commission has launched, the MD Energy Choice. That website allows customers to explore available supply rates and easily compare them to the utility standard offer service rates. We've also supported last year when the former chairman came in to talk about exercising additional initiatives on tailoring or enforcing on bad actors. We were right there. He implemented the maximum enforcement initiative. We supported that publicly. We still continue to support that. We also support and seen the report that came out for the Public Service Commission showing that enforcement works. The decrease of supplier complaints have gone down. We support the recommendations of that report, and we urge that this committee vote unfavorably in SB1 in its current incarnation. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Benetti.
Hello, Mr. Chair, members of, Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Rick Benetti and I'm here representing WGL Energy. Most of the folks have already made the points that I was going to make. I do want to reiterate one, because I'm not sure if I heard this this stat put out there. This bill does not mention commercial and industrial customers, obviously. And just for the record, 75% of the commercial customers in Maryland, the baseload they use, the baseload of their electricity comes from retail suppliers. So the baseload of commercial customers in the state, 76% of them get their energy from retail suppliers. So because most of the other points are made, I just wanted to sort of help folks understand how simply it is to understand these contracts because of how the regulatory body and the statutes have caught up. I believe 4, 5, 6 years ago, these contracts were a lot harder to understand and not written in super plain English. So I just signed up for 100% wind renewable product. And right here on this, this table that's easy to read and easy to understand. It tells me who I'm getting the energy from, the price structure, whether it's a fixed price or a variable price, what my ability, what the cost is to cancel, what the cost is to or how the renewal works, and most importantly is the price. So I just signed up for a 2-year contract of 100% wind power backed by RECs at 11.3 kilowatts per cents per 11.3 cents per kilowatt. And I'm a BGE customer. The BGE current rate is 11.8 cents. So this idea that the retail market can't match or beat, even with renewables, even with a renewable product, is a little bit disingenuous. And I could also buy that, just a couple more seconds. I could also buy this renewable product out of the PJM. It would cost me 4 cents more a kilowatt hour, but I'd be willing to do that. But this bill right now, as written, would not allow me to get the wind product that I'm currently enjoying. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna go to Senator Augustine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say it's good to have Southern Management here. We got a lot of your buildings in my district, and I appreciate how good a partner you all are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for this panel? Yes, Senator Gallion.
Yes, I believe this would be probably for Mr. Reinhardt. It's my understanding that these rates depend on the service and products that customers are receiving. So how will this bill impact those offers that the customers already have?
Say it one more time.
How will this bill impact the offers that the customers have now?
Let's talk offline because I'm trying to, it's late and I'm trying to actually understand your question better. So let's talk a little bit offline about that. I appreciate that. But one of my colleagues might be able to help defer. Yeah, let me move it over.
My interpretation would be that for existing customers, as of the effective date, if the price they were paying, didn't meet that price cap, they would be returned to utility default service. So, as has been discussed earlier, it is very common in this industry for for contracts to auto renew unless the, customer cancels. And so I think the practical impact would be, as of the effective date, customers who have chosen today would be returned to utility default service.
Okay. Okay, any additional questions? Seeing none, that brings us to our final two witnesses of the day. We've got Christina Montgomery and Eric Padilla, both from Vistra. And those were our final two witnesses, not for the day for this bill. We still have one additional bill from Senator Lewis Young. So Mr. Padilla or Ms. Montgomery, whoever wants to lead. Mr. Padilla, you go first.
Yep, I lost the coin toss, so I get to go first. But Chairman Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee, my name is Eric Padilla. I'm the Director of Public Policy for Vistra Corp. And I appreciate you all letting us have the time here to testify unfavorably to SB 1. A lot of the people who testified earlier gave a lot of the points that we have similarly, so I'm not going to belabor those here. I do encourage you to read our written testimony. But one area of data point that is in our written testimony that I want to bring out here is this past Monday, I did go out to the Maryland Electric Choice website and want to let you know that over 59% of the more than 69 offers in each of the Pepco, BGE, and Delmarva territories were below the standard offer. Now, this isn't always the case. There are cases where the standard offer could be the lowest, but that's the whole point of choice. Is if the standard offer is the lowest, you can choose that. If price is what matters to you. If the standard offer is higher, you can choose a product that is lower. That's the whole point of choice. If there's something else that you value that maybe is a more expensive product, there's nothing divine about the SOS. It is a price, it is an offer in the market. So with that said, unfortunately, this bill does not protect customers' choice, but rather limits their choices and would disrupt the ability of competitive suppliers to provide innovative plans to their customers, such as those plans that are tailored to owners of electric vehicles or those plans that provide 100% renewable products. For that reason, Vistra cannot support the legislation as drafted, but we do remain committed to working with the stakeholders, the author, and this committee to improve the retail market for all Marylanders, and we'll be happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Okay, Ms. Montgomery.
Thank you. Last but not least, Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you for your time today. My name is Christine Montgomery. I'm Director of Regulatory Policy for Vistra Corp. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today. We applaud the sponsor's commitment to consumer protection, but we cannot support the legislation as drafted. You've heard a number of witnesses here today say that consumers need more information so they can make educated and informed choices. This bill does not address consumer education. While some of the provisions will provide additional administrative oversight, others do little to help a customer better understand the retail market and simply limit the choices that will be available. If the desire is to address consumer protection, the focus should be on increasing consumer education, specifically information about the market, how to exercise choice, and how to take action if a supplier does not fulfill its obligation. Focus should not be on price and product regulation that effectively removes the power of choice. Strong consumer protections must be amplified by robust consumer education. The best protection against bad actors is an informed consumer. That is why in my work as chair of the Retail Energy Supply Association's Maryland group, I have worked very closely with commissions on efforts to increase consumer education and awareness. Unfortunately, this bill does not include measures that aim to increase education, transparency, or awareness. For that reason, like my colleague said, we cannot support the legislation as drafted, and we request an unfavorable report.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for these final two witnesses? Okay, Vice Chair Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just looking, Christina Montgomery,
Mhm.
you have only oral testimony. Mr. Padilla, you do have written testimony. I wonder, do you have recommended language on consumer protection, consumer education that you might send to the committee and to the sponsor that would improve the bill, in your opinion?
We would certainly be willing to have that discussion. I think over the past several years, we've also worked closely with the commission to share some best practices that other commissions have done. You've heard a data point about the Pennsylvania shopping website getting 1 million hits. The Maryland shopping website in 2022 was at 38,000 hits. So it's a great shopping website. Members of this committee have helped us get that into place. But a great shopping website is not going to help consumers if they don't know it exists. So to answer your question, yes, we can certainly share those best practices.
Okay, that's it. Thank you very much, Ms. Montgomery.
As the
Thank you, Mr.
sponsor
Chair.
of the website bill, which required the copy the Pennsylvania website, that was my bill, so take pride in that. Okay, that said, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 1, which brings us to our final bill of the day, Senate Bill 146, Senator Lewis Young. Senator, you've designated 5 witnesses to be part of your sponsor panel. So what I might suggest, would you be willing to present the bill from the podium, and then we could put the 5 witnesses at the table if that works for you?
Yeah, that's a good
And
idea.
I've got Kim Coble, Ashley Esposito, Tim Whitehouse. Good to see you, Tim. John Monger. And
Should have Emily Ransom.
okay, yes, and Emily Ransom.
And
Exactly.
actually, I'm going to ask my panel to go in the order of Emily Ransom, Ash, Tim, John, and Kim, because of the nature of the subject matter.
Okay. I feel like I'm missing one person. Okay, Emily Ransom. Kim Coble, is she going to be testifying?
She has to leave.
Okay, okay. Well, then actually you could sit back down. If you want to present it at the table, it works.
I'm here.
Okay. Okay, you take the time you need. We're again on Senate Bill 146.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and colleagues. For the record, Senator Lewis Young. Thank you very much. So this is a bill that should sound somewhat familiar to you. It's rather simple. It cleans up, pun intended, Maryland's Renewable Portfolio Standard, also known as RPS. Want to give you a little bit of history. This program was created in 2004 to support the development of renewable energy in Maryland. It requires utilities to purchase renewable energy credits, also known as RECs. And they purchase them from producers of renewable energy. Now, you heard yesterday from the Secretary of MDE that Maryland is on track to require 50% renewable energy under this program by 2030. But you also heard there are challenges. The preamble of the legislation that created the RPS in 2004 said that it was created because the benefits of renewable energy include long-term decreased emissions and a healthier environment. In 2011, trash incineration was declared a Tier 1 resource. That was a mistake. Here we are 13 years later, and let's hope we're going to make 13 a lucky number today, reviewing this again. Many legislators have made this argument before me. In fact, I had a bill last year doing something somewhat similar. But let me tell you how this bill is different this year and why there are a number of circumstances that are different this year than last year. Last year's bill included the removal of factory farm gas and woody biomass as well. This year's doesn't. It only removes trash incineration. So for the gentleman that brought me an opposition letter a few hours ago saying he didn't want biomass removed from the renewable portfolio, that's last year's bill. Okay. What else is different about this year? And I want to make a case for the time is now. So we've compromised. I just explained how we narrowed it down to one issue, which is the most compelling issue. Our goals. If we're going to meet our aggressive goals, we need greater sources and emphasis and investment on renewable clean energy. Budget. You might have heard that we've got some budget constraints. We've got to be strategic in our investments. And we're also at the point, I believe, and I think you'll hear today, that we're at critical mass, also known as the tipping point, where public opinion, you read that book, right? Okay, Malcolm Gladwell, right. Little off topic here, but hey, libraries come to this committee. So you're going to hear from many supporters today, but critical supporters as well. So let me drill down just a little bit on a couple of these major topics. The financial problem. I said we need to invest money in climate solutions. We're facing a very difficult budget shortfall. We're wasting a lot of money on something that doesn't deliver long-term decreased emissions or a healthier environment. That's trash incineration. It's taking up space in the RPS and soaking up money that could be invested in renewable energy that we really need instead. I want to share a little bit of data with you that's relevant to the amount of money being invested in dirty energy, as well as where that money is going. Between 2008 and 2030, Maryland ratepayers will spend about $500 million subsidizing dirty energy sources under the current RPS. In 2020, about 25% of Maryland's clean energy came from dirty sources. In the past 3 years, which is the most recent data we have, 2020 through 2022, 3 trash incinerators profited $51 million from Maryland's RPS, Montgomery County, Baltimore City, and Lorton, Virginia. I want to make a point here. This bill is not intended to eliminate those facilities. They can keep on burning trash. It isn't stopping them. Prior to 2011, they did without incentives. They survived then. If they choose, they could survive now. So I mentioned Lorton, Virginia. Lorton, Virginia profits the most, 3 times as much as the facility in Baltimore in 2022. So not only are we investing in unclean energy, but we're sending it out of state. Okay, the amount of money we're paying is actually increasing, even though the trash incinerators aren't producing any more electricity. And I want to get into this a bit more because these incinerators really don't produce that much electricity. Trash incineration is the most polluting method of producing electricity per megawatt hour. There's been an analysis by DNR's Power Plant Research Program, and it shows that trash incinerators in Maryland's RPS produce the most CO2 per megawatt hour by far compared to anything else subsidized by the RPS. They produce more than 4 times as much CO2 per megawatt hour as black liquor, which this body wisely eliminated from the RPS several years ago because it was not clean, renewable energy. So back to the point I made earlier, the incinerators produce a disproportionately high amount of pollution, more in proportion to the very smaller amounts of electricity that they produce than anything else. There's a health issue. I'm not going to elaborate a whole lot on that. I'm sure other testifiers will. It just makes common sense. If you're emitting CO2 into the air, we all know breathing that has very negative health consequences. So therefore, it's not only a climate equity issue, this is a health equity as well. Now, I mentioned critical mass before, or the tipping point that my colleague likes even better. So you will notice 76 favorables today, 4.5 times as many favorables as unfavorable. That's pretty statistically significant. But let's talk about some of the supporters. Virtually every environmental organization that comes before this group. Also, the Maryland Department of Environment. They've endorsed taking the change to the RPS and eliminating trash incineration. I don't know if any of you have read the Climate Pollution Reduction Plan. In case you have it right in front of you right now and it's open, it's mentioned on page 23, page 90, and I believe 21. I'm not going to read you all those quotes, but I will read you one. And that is under the topic of modifying the renewable portfolio standard. In consultation with MDE and MEA, passed legislation to modify the definitions of qualifying resources in the RPS to align with definitions of clean power resources under the forthcoming Clean Power Standard. So you will also find that some of our local governments are now in support of this. We're having some conversations about the timing, but they recognize that this is important and inevitable as well. Want to say a few things about the opposition. I looked at it briefly. I saw 2 very common themes. For the most part, you're going to hear opposition from companies that profit from these subsidies and they want to keep them. You know, we all get that. It's natural to want to receive a source of profit. But we're not going to meet our goals if we give a whole lot of slack and invest inappropriately. Another thing you will see in the opposition is that they do attempt to make a case for trash incineration being clean energy. In a few cases, I couldn't find a citation at all. In one case, I did find a citation that dates back to 2013. That is old information and very erroneous in light of the new information we have today. So in closing, I want to ask the testifiers behind me a really big favor because we have 18 people making oral testimony today. If I omitted something, please share it. If you feel I made a comment in error, correct me. I don't mind. If you feel you need to elaborate on something that I said, please do that. However, I know you've been here 3.5 hours and you're really excited, but if you're just going to repeat what you've heard before, I'm going to ask you a really big favor. Just say, me too. Thank you.
It's Young. Emily Ranson, you're up first. Welcome back to EEE.
All right. Thank you, Chairman, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I am Emily Ranson with Clean Water Action here in support. I also am going to just highlight that Kim Coble had to leave. She asks that you refer to her written testimony, please, and to note that this is a recommendation of the Maryland Climate Commission. This is also a priority of the Maryland Mid-Atlantic Justice Coalition and 81 organizations who signed on to the attached sign-on testimony. Burning trash is not renewable. A lot of what makes trash is plastic. So when we are burning plastic, we are just burning fossil fuels with some more steps in between. The RPS was developed to shift Maryland to renewable energy to combat global warming, and burning greenhouse gases, releasing greenhouse gases, is completely contrary to the intent of that legislation. With the state's own research, the 2019 study from DNR and the PPRP, the climate plan, consistent DLS fiscal notes throughout the years. Yes.
Can we just remind you that people watching at home may not know DNR and
Yes.
PPRP and all of that. So remind
Yes.
to everybody. too.
Department of Natural Resources and the Power Plant Research Program, trying to remember what that last P is, that trash incineration in the renewable portfolio standard is holding us back in terms of its potential to reduce greenhouse gases and satisfy its goal. Our written testimony includes startling charts that I invite you to look at from many of these studies. And so just to recall, it's belching CO2 into the atmosphere. By remaining in the RPS, it siphons money away from truly renewable sources, and it should not be receiving millions of dollars in ratepayer subsidies for failing to provide a climate-needed renewable energy that we're paying for. So thank you.
It's in, let's see, Gabby? Are you Gabby Roque?
Ashley Esposito.
Ashley Esposito. Go for it. Yes, thank you.
Hi, my name is Ashley Esposito. I'm a mom and resident of the 40th District in Southwest Baltimore, not far from the Bresco incinerator. I am also an elected commissioner for Baltimore City Public Schools, and while I'm not here to speak on behalf of the entire board, I made a promise to residents to uplift environmental justice issues in spaces that I have access to as an elected official. I'm urging you to pass SB 146 to ensure the funds are allocated to clean energy. Students in Baltimore City are working really hard in creating composting in their school cafeterias and advocating for renewable energy. And our district is introducing a fleet of electric buses. I see that our kids are adapting. And as a mom, I want to leave the planet and environment better than I found it. And I don't want my son to inherit my cause and be forced to advocate for the same changes. I want to make sure as adults, we do our due diligence and hold ourselves accountable to creating opportunities for green energy solutions for our kids. In the testimony packet, Baltimore City Comptroller Bill Henry says dedicating our renewable energy funds to genuinely renewable energy is an appropriate step to steward Maryland's climate change resources wisely and make the RPS program more environmentally just and fiscally responsible. I'm also a former organizer with MPEC, and I'm a descendant of coal miners And I want more jobs to come to Maryland. And I raise that because I can carry labor and environmental issues and understand the complications. But I believe in the resilience of workers and also companies' abilities to change their business models for new industries. Investing in renewable energy money and trash incineration is not a wise investment. We're wasting $24.7 million in 2022 alone. And since we rely on this governing body to lead and be forward thinking in all matters, especially the economy, environment, and education, I request that you support this legislation for ourselves, future generations. Thank you.
Much. Tim Whitehouse, you're up
Yes.
next.
Thank you. My name is Tim Whitehouse. I'm the Executive Director of Public Employees for Environmental Responsibility. We are located in Silver Spring. We're a national organization that works with current and former public employees to improve environmental and public health standards. I live in Poolesville, Maryland. I'm a proud constituent of Senator Feldman, and I live near the Dickerson facility, the waste to energy facility. I wanted to make several points in support of SB 146 about the cost of that bill. This will have minimal impacts on the compliance costs and therefore consumer electricity rates. This has been confirmed by research by the Department of Legislative Services in the fiscal note and the policy note, as well as by the Department of Natural Resources Power Plant Research Program. The second point I wanted to make is about RECs. There are currently enough RECs in the marketplace to cover the compliance needs of energy suppliers. However, the market is tightening. Costs are at some of the highest. If costs become too high, Maryland has a program of alternative compliance payments. The ACP funds the Strategic Energy Investment Fund, which promotes renewable energy programs in Maryland, so that if the REC prices become too high, suppliers can pay into the alternative compliance payments, And those prices are set to decline, so there'll be downward prices on RECs in the coming years. Currently, it's at $30 for ACP, and it'll be down to $23.50 by 2030. So we're going to see downward pressures. And finally, I would like to say that removing waste to energy will not affect the amount of energy on the grid. As has been mentioned, these will not shut facilities down. These facilities will be able to continue to operate. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. John Monger, Monger or Monger?
Monger.
It's so nice to meet you. Finally, I certainly know you by reputation. So welcome to EEE.
Likewise, and thank you, and good evening, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. I also want to extend particular thanks to Senator Lewis Young, Senator Washington, Delegate Stewart, and other co-sponsors for continuing to champion this bill. My name is John Monger, and I am honored to serve as Director of Montgomery County's Department of Environmental Protection, and I'm here this evening on behalf of our County Executive, Mark Elrich, who's provided written testimony for today's hearing. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the Reclaim Renewable Energy Act of 2024. As many of you know, Montgomery County has supported this bill for years, and support continues today. The bill would appropriately refocus the state's renewable portfolio standard by removing energy derived from waste incineration from counting as a Tier 1 renewable energy resource. But more importantly, this change would incentivize the development of clean renewable energy from preferred sources like wind and solar. And we're fully supported this change because, as was said earlier, it's important to meet our climate goals, and it's also important for our aiming for zero waste goals and improving public health outcomes. I do want to acknowledge, and this point was raised previously, that these changes would, however, clearly come at a cost. Simply put, removing waste energy from counting towards the RPS will reduce revenues. Because we operate one of the only waste incineration facilities in Maryland, some of that cost will be borne by those in Montgomery County and our ratepayers. And to put these numbers just in context for the committee, and these numbers are in the note, last year the sale of renewable energy credits brought in more than $10 million to the county budget. For this reason, we're requesting an amendment to the bill to start implementation next year, 2025, mid-calendar year. Doing so would allow us time to identify cost-saving opportunities and help avoid further consumer rate increases in FY 25. And I just want to say, I greatly appreciate the dialogue we've been able to have with the bill's sponsors and appreciate the committee's consideration of that request. In closing, I want to reiterate our strong support for this bill. It's important that we walk the walk and promote clean energy in Maryland with all of the available tools in our tool belt, and we hope this will be the year that this bill moves forward. Thank you.
Unger, are there questions for Senator Lewis Young or anyone on this panel? Seeing none, we thank you all for your testimony and we'll bring up the next witnesses. Colleagues, there is a lot of written testimony that you can access on your computer, both favorable and unfavorable. So we do also have virtual witnesses, and Senator Lewis Young, we appreciated your admonition to your witnesses to consider the concept of Me Too. Next up as proponents, we have Sonia DeMarais, Jamie DeMarco, Gabby Roque, Mike Ewell. Are you all here? And we'll bring one more. Mike Ewell is virtual. We're going to hold on Mike Ewell. Instead, Jorge Aguilar, are you here? He had to leave. All right. Then let's start with just Carlos Sanchez. Is Carlos here? Hey, welcome. Come on up to the table. Okay. Sonia, you're first. Okay, welcome.
Hi, thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Sonia DeMarais. I am the founder of the Climate Communications Coalition. We support environmental and climate justice organizations in the outreach. And I'm a resident of Frederick County, and I'm happy to be here. I'm here to support finally cleaning up the renewable portfolio standard and remove waste to energy from the list of sources that qualify for the RPS subsidies as stated in SB 146. This program is intended to accelerate clean energy to fight climate change and ensure clean air for all. Letting trash incineration take up space in this program holds Maryland back from accomplishing these vital goals. For over 7 years, Frederick County residents fought hard and finally in 2014 defeated the plans for a local waste to energy incinerator. We understood that such a facility pollutes the climate, harms our health, is expensive, and has a punishing effect on the communities that surround it. While activists were successful in halting local incinerator, Frederick County citizens are still subsidizing this dirty energy because the subsidies paid to the polluters are hidden in everyone's utility bills. Most people don't know that they are and would not agree to subsidizing the 3 dirty incinerators Senator Lewis Young mentioned. At a cost of $51 million over the last 3 years alone, and almost $22 million of this went out of state when these funds are intended to reduce climate impacting carbon emissions and increase the availability of clean energy sources such as wind, solar, and geothermal in Maryland. It is time to clean up the RPS. We need to get to zero emissions to halt the climate and extinction crises, protect all of our communities, and stop the unfair and unwarranted hidden taxation on Frederick County citizens and all Marylanders by passing this Reclaim Renewable Energy Act of 2025. Thank you.
Very much, Ms. DeMarais. Jamie DeMarco.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, again, Jamie DeMarco, Maryland Director at the Chesapeake Climate Action Network. There is a lot that I want to say, but I have to admit that it has all been said. And so I will give a passionate, emphatic, fervent Me Too from the Chesapeake Climate Action Network.
Reasons to think you're awesome. Thank you. Let's see, Gabby Roque, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of this committee. My name is Gabby Roque, and I'm here to submit favorable testimony for SB 146 on behalf of CASA. SB 146 is important legislation that will ensure that Maryland's renewable energy tax credits serve its true intent of advancing a clean energy transition. As the law stands now, Maryland's renewable energy portfolio standard is incentivizing the ongoing pollution in overburdened communities and buying into polluting industries' attempts to repackage environmental racism, the status quo of energy industries harming predominantly Black and working class communities, as a climate solution. I'm here to state clearly that any energy source that comes at the expense of a child's ability to breathe should not receive tax dollars, including tax dollars from the very communities that they're poisoning. As many of my fellow activists will share critical statistics and information, I want to share the critical voices of the people not in the room when decisions that affect their families is being made. Sandra Lobo immigrated to Brooklyn, Baltimore after an earthquake destroyed her home, her land, which was the source of her food and income. Sandra wasn't aware that the affordable prices of homes that allowed her to resettle here also attracted a trash incinerator. Sandra later became pregnant and was, excuse me, Sandra wasn't aware that the affordable prices of homes that allowed her family to resettle here also attracted a trash incinerator only a few years prior. Sandra became pregnant while living in Brooklyn, and like many parents, anxiously hoped to bring home a healthy baby. Sandra was particularly excited because her son was to be born the day before her birthday. But when her son was born, she wasn't able to hold him, only see him long enough to notice that he was blue. Rather than hold her son and enjoy her miracle, she had to sign a paper to allow emergency surgery so her son, because her son had been born with pulmonary hypertension and now lives with the incurable disease of asthma. Enacting SB 146 to ensure energy sources like trash incineration are no longer receiving subsidies is the first step for Sandra and her community to achieve environmental justice. On behalf of CASA, I strongly urge a favorable vote. Thank you.
Thanks for sharing the story. Carlos Sanchez, welcome to EEE.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Sorry, good evening. My name is Carlos Sanchez. I'm a resident of Baltimore City and part of a grassroots community-based nonprofit organization, the South Baltimore Community Land Trust. I'll start off by saying that Baltimore and Maryland ratepayers at large have been wasting so much money investing in non-renewable trash incineration, subsidizing what is clearly, like was mentioned, not an efficient nor renewable way to get energy. The Land Trust has long been building a path forward where we can receive our energy from truly renewable sources like wind and solar. But this renewable energy shift has been inhibited by increasing money going to the Bresco waste incinerator and the two other non-renewable incineration facilities in Maryland and Virginia. As Maryland ratepayers, we are frustrated by how our money profits these non-renewable climate polluting facilities, further harmful to human health in comparison to wind and solar. As we continue building our sustainable communities in South Baltimore, we are here today strongly in support of Bill SB 146. We have, as a group, started a sign-on letter for District 46, communities, organizations, groups, and associations, as the Bresco Incinerator is located in the 46th District. And I quote from the letter, "The message from Baltimore is clear. It's time for Maryland to stop subsidizing polluters like Bresco and use that money to support real renewable energy instead. Senate President Ferguson, we hope that you and the entire city delegation will lead on finally fixing this environmental injustice." This was signed by 12 groups alongside of the South Baltimore 7, which is a group of 7 communities. So please pass SB 146, as it's what residents, groups, and organizations need the state to do. Last year, City Councilwoman Porter came to the hearing and testified in favor of the bill, and the Baltimore City Comptroller also put in favorable for the bill this year. We need you all to help restore the RPS to its original purpose of funding real and clean renewable energy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. We love seeing young people coming down and community leaders, community activists. So thank you for making the time to come down. Colleagues, any questions for the people on this panel? Seeing none, we thank you for your time and your testimony. Next up, we have Jeffrey Barnes, Stephanie Compton, Mary Randall, and Shanae Thomas. Yeah, that's. Let's bring Aaron Greenfield up also, favorable with amendment. We've got one more seat. So Jeffrey Barnes will be first as soon as he grabs the seat. Mr. Barnes, welcome.
Hello. Yeah.
Okay, each of you has up to 2 minutes, but If the testimony has been given, feel free to use less. So, Mr. Barnes, you may begin your testimony. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you. I'm the chairperson, vice chairperson, and committee members. My name is Jeffrey Barnes. I'm working with the Progressive Maryland Environmental Justice Task Force. As a ratepayer, a resident of Brooklyn in the 46th district, and a homeowner concerned about our environment, I'm here to express my strong support for SB 146. That's the Reclaim Renewable Energy Act. Now, this crucial legislation is not just about technical definitions. It is about upholding the true spirit of renewable energy and protecting the health and well-being of our communities in the face of a very real climate crisis. Now, for years, we've touted Maryland as a leader in renewable energy, but our legal definition of renewable has been flawed and compromised by the inclusion of sources like waste incineration in the Renewable Portfolio Standard. They call it the RPS. It creates a misleading picture of our emissions reduction efforts. Trash incineration is not a green solution. It's actually greenwashing. SB 146 corrects this mistake by removing trash incineration from the RPS. Now, our government should not be spending our money on sources of energy that pollute our air. The government should be directing those funds toward truly clean, renewable energies like solar and wind, maybe even geothermal, that don't harm our community. Now, I live about 4 miles from the incinerator in Baltimore, and I can attest that trash burning is not renewable nor clean under any definition, if you ask me. So I think we must correct a mistake made years ago when trash burning incinerators were added as a clean and renewable energy source. So I urge you all, if you would pass SB 146 and show Marylanders that we are all serious about clean energy, environmental justice, and a healthy future for our state. And I thank you all for your time.
Mr. Barnes, Stephanie Compton.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. What he said and others before me, my name is Stephanie Compton, Baltimore City resident, 40th District, and representative of our Zero Waste Future Incorporated. I just want to mention one point, and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation supports a transition to a zero waste economy, stating in its Beyond 34 report that even a 70% diversion rate would unlock $4.5 trillion for the national economy by 2030, and that it could be the biggest economic revolution of our country's history. So the call for a transition to a zero waste economy is universal, regardless if you're a Republican, Democrat, or independent. The difference in job creation between waste management methods could not be more stark. For every 10,000 tons of material incinerated, only one job is created. Appropriately, Wind Waste, also known as Wheelabrator or Bresco, has about 70 employees for the 725,000 tons of material it burns annually. And for every 10,000 tons of material landfilled, only 4 to 6 jobs are created. But things begin to shift with recycling, which produces 36 jobs. Reused in manufacturing, however, produces 300 jobs. We're talking about 2,100 jobs in the local economy, and those jobs cannot be produced if we continue to use trash incinerators and provide them subsidies in Maryland, as these facilities cannot turn any sort of profit without claiming most of the municipal solid waste stream. So I urge the members of the State Senate and House to make this the year incineration is finally removed from the RPS. Removing incineration from Tier 1 of the RPS allows for both stances to win. A favorable bipartisan decision will help move Maryland into the 21st century, unlocking an economic revolution. Thank you.
Much. Next up is Mary Randall.
Good evening, Chair Feldman and members of the committee. I'm grateful for Good afternoon, Chair Feldman and members of the committee. I'm grateful for the opportunity to testify. My name is Mary Randall. I'm a resident in District 46, a Maryland utility customer, and an EJ Task Force member, and a resident concerned about the environment. I live in Westport, right next to the Baltimore incinerator. I'm here to express my support for the Reclaim Renewable Energy Act. I did not know that when I paid my utility bills, some of that money was going to the Baltimore incinerator in my neighborhood. Each year, we spend $25 million to these trash incinerators. I want our state to send its investment to truly clean energy and not on trash incinerators, because the emissions are harming my health, the health of my friends, and the environment. I was devastated when I found out that I had cancer after living by the incinerator. And I know a whole household on my block that has cancer. How can something considered clean energy contribute to cancer and asthma? Instead of sending money to the trash incinerator, I would rather send money to truly clean energy like solar panels that don't harm our health. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very effective. Thank you very much, Ms. Randall. Shanae Thomas, welcome.
Thank you to Chairman Philman and all committees that's here tonight. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my concerns about the Reclaim Renewable Energy Act. My name's Shanae Thomas. I'm a resident of Cherry Hill in South Baltimore. I'm also close to the incinerator as well. And I am part of Progressive Maryland's Environmental Justice Task Force. This past October, I was greeted at my door by a Progressive Maryland member. He's the organizer by the name of Sir James, who shared that my monthly utility bill was being used to maintain a wealth of a toxic trash incinerator that for 39 years has caused elevated rates of asthma in my community. I learned that trash incineration has been considered a renewable energy source under the Maryland Portfolio Standard Program and has received the same renewable energy credits as solar, wind, and geothermal power. As someone who has asthma, I immediately gasped and felt that my community had been exploited for a money grab by big corporations. November 16th, Senate President Bill Ferguson's office was in attendance at my organization's public forum to listen to my community's concerns about their monthly utility supporting the financial wealth of trash incineration. Through our soul-jerking testimonies, we made a statement to his office that the time of financial exploitation of my community needs to cease. As a mother of 2 kids, I'm concerned about my monthly utility bill being used to support fool's gold trash incineration, which could one day give my children asthma. A recent POLS study found that incinerators emit more greenhouse gas emissions per unit of electricity than any other power source. With children's developing lungs, they are most likely to develop asthma, such as myself. Governor Westmore's climate pollution reduction plan recommends the removal of trash incineration. Pass the Reclaim Renewable Energy Act so that millions of dollars can go to true renewable energy, solar, wind, and geothermal power, not fool's gold like renewable energy. Thank you for your time.
You mentioned that you live in Cherry Hill. Do you know who your senator is? I'm not trying to put you on the spot. Oh, just a little to be an advocate. Anyway.
Yeah, I do know, but at the moment.
Okay.
I'm
Make
sorry.
sure you get to know him or her and make sure they know you. And someday you could run for office and join us here.
Oh, that is so great. I would love to join.
Well, it's a lot of work. So, but just, but think about that.
Like
Get
with my
engaged. That
passion.
that goes to all the young people here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron Greenfield is favorable with amendments.
Yes.
Mr. Greenfield, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair. Aaron Greenfield here on behalf of Bioenergy DevCo. You have our written testimony and I'll be brief. We are seeking an amendment on the bill and appreciate the time the sponsors staff took to meet with us about the amendment. As many of you know who have visited our Jessup facility, the anaerobic digester processes 130,000 tons per year of organic food waste materials that would otherwise be headed to landfills and incineration. The resulting 26,000 tons of carbon dioxide saved from the atmosphere each year has the same environmental impact that a forest area 56 times the size of Central Park provides. Yet we aren't a tier 1 source. Bioenergy DevCo requests that the bill is amended to allow for comprehensive collection of methane through all available technologies, as well as the development of future collection technology. Under current law, a tier 1 renewable source includes methane from the anaerobic digestion of organic materials only in a landfill or wastewater treatment plant. We seek to allow all forms of anaerobic digestion, not just in a landfill or wastewater treatment plant, for inclusion as a tier 1 renewable source. You have my drafted amendment, and for those reasons, we request an amendment on this bill. Thank you.
Mr. Greenfield, are there questions for any of the folks on this panel, colleagues? Senator Washington.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Hi, Senator Washington. I live in Baltimore City as well. And you said you were in Senator Ferguson's office. So did some of you said you went to visit Senator Ferguson?
Yes.
Okay, so he's your senator.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
So Ms. Barnes, Randall, Mr. Thomas, et al., thank you so much for your testimony. One of the things I noted in some of your materials and some of the work that I know is that the air quality contains lead, mercury, formaldehyde, correct? And just estimated for your communities of Westport and Brooklyn, it was over $22.8 million in health-related costs. Can you just speak? I just want to give you a little more time. I know you rushed it, but can you speak a little bit more to give us an idea about what it's like to live, around an incinerator? What do your trees look like? What does the street look like? What are your homes, and what have you seen in your families and your kids over the years? You could tell us. Ms. Randall, we could start with you.
Well, my 2 best girlfriends died from cancer. My niece had severe sinus where she has to lose time from work. I have sinuses, but I'm retired, so. But it's just been so many people that has died from Westport with cancer. And like I said, the household up the street from me, the mother, son, and the 2 daughters, the mother and son died. And the 2 daughters are still surviving with cancer.
Other health-related, issues. I saw you were nodding your head as well, Mr. Barnes, if you could give us a picture of what it's like. And more importantly, the idea is not we're not shutting previous legislation, I guess in the 70s or 80s when Maryland first tried to sort of end incinerators, we required the shutting down of incinerators in certain places. This legislation isn't asking for it. It's just asking for us to stop subsidizing it. So I just want to give us a really good idea about, what we are incentivizing. Yeah.
I do understand. So I've only been in Brooklyn since I think 2007, 2008. So I guess I'm a relative newcomer. However, one effect that I've noticed about 2 years ago, I installed a ceiling fan in my bedroom. And I have to get up on a ladder. I'll be paying someone to do it now. And I have to clean the leading edges of this ceiling fan because as it spins, the dust just accumulates. It just accumulates, possibly slowing the fan down, disturbing my cool air circulation, but that's just one effect. The other effect that I've noticed is I do a lot of dusting. Dust settles constantly on my furniture, on my desk, table. If I leave dishes out for any long period of time, there's just dust everywhere. So I guess the particulate matter pollution is really extreme around this incinerator. And as I stated earlier, I'm about 4 miles from it. So I haven't had any adverse health effects. I suspect, as I hear the other testimony, that could very well happen. But that's one of the reasons why I think we shouldn't be spending our monies helping this thing along.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, witnesses. We appreciate your being with us. We're going to go to our virtual witnesses who are proponents, and then we have one panel of opponents. Sinead, you all are done now. We're going to take the next batch. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Okay, so with us now are Mike Ewell, Kamal Nkele, Jennifer Kunze, and Shoshonda Campbell. So let's take them in that order. because that's the order in which they signed up. So Mike Ewell, could you kick us off, please? You have up to 2 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Mike Ewell with Energy Justice Network. Started working on this issue 20 years ago when I first warned this body not to include dirty energy sources in the RPS and wrote the first bills of the sort to clean up the RPS 8 years ago. I've been studying incineration for 34 years now and know the data well. EPA data shows that the 3 incinerators subsidized by Maryland ratepayers are the largest industrial air polluters in their areas. One is the largest in Montgomery County, another is the largest in all Baltimore City and County, and the third is the largest in Fairfax County, Virginia, and actually in the entire DC metro area within at least 25 miles of the district. EPA data also shows that the climate impacts of incineration are 65% worse than burning coal per unit of energy produced. I've conducted a detailed life cycle analysis using EPA data for the Montgomery County incinerator, or for the county about their incinerator, and found that the greenhouse gases are actually twice as bad as using landfills, even with the methane that is an issue at landfills. And when factoring in other harmful pollutants that contribute to asthma, cancer, heart attacks, and more, it's actually more than 3 times as harmful as going direct to landfills when you incinerate. Now, we know Montgomery County plans to close their incinerator by April 2026. Now, Baltimore is in the early years of a 10-year contract for Baltimore's waste. This bill is not enough to close them, so arguments about where Baltimore's waste will go are really irrelevant. But opponents of this bill will cite things like EPA's waste hierarchy, which states that incineration is preferred over landfilling, but they won't point out to you that EPA has no citations to back that up, which they admitted to us, and now has a disclaimer on their under their hierarchy everywhere it appears on their website, saying that they are revisiting it based on the latest science and available data. So I'll leave it there and ask you, please. Thank you.
Mr. Ewell. Next up is Kamal and Kelly. Welcome.
Good evening, esteemed committee members. My name is Kamal Kelly. I'm the owner of Melanated Wellness here in Montgomery County, Gaithersburg, Maryland, and a board member of the EEE organization. As a parent and local taxpayer, I'm deeply invested in the energy future of the state, and I was dismayed to find my tax dollars were being used to subsidize unhealthy energy like waste generation. As a professional with specialized experience in renewable energy generation as well as climate change risk, I believe it's crucial for our representatives to recognize the significant misalignment on categorizing waste generation as a renewable energy source. Waste generation is not backed as a renewable energy source under any scientific standard, including the Science-Based Target Initiative, as well as the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals Framework, and neither is this methane generation. Additionally, continuing to classify waste generation as a renewable energy source creates a downward spiral where we're incentivizing waste production to keep the lights on, and all under the guise of renewable energy. Choosing renewable energy is more than just a choice for the environment. It's a statement about the kind of future we want to build for our families, and as well as showing a strong vision for creating jobs in emerging industries. The only way to ensure our economy is resilient and ready to become a leader as we adjust to the great changes we'll see as climate change evolves is to take the money that's being used on these dirty energy sources and move that to sustainable technologies like clean energy, like solar, wind energy, and sustainable technologies like vertical farming, to try and create a closed loop sustainable energy infrastructure that's reliable and cost effective and beneficial to all the people in Maryland. To ask the question, if we were to meet our 100% renewable energy goal on the back of waste generation, would our air be any cleaner? The answer to that is no. Please vote yes on this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Nkele. Jennifer Kunze, you're up next.
Hi, thanks so much. My name is Jennifer Kunze. I'm with Clean Water Action, and I'm a Baltimore City resident in District 45, also several miles from the incinerator. And I'm just here to cover a couple points that haven't been covered yet. I think that the committee may have read some testimony or be about to hear about some new pollution controls that were installed at Bresco recently. And I want to make it clear why those do not mean that Bresco is renewable energy or should be receiving subsidies. Those pollution controls were involved in a court settlement and very important when considering what's clean renewable energy when we are trying to meet our climate goals. Wind waste was not required to reduce CO2 by this agreement. You already heard the senator say earlier that the trash incinerators in Maryland's RPS pollute much more CO2 per unit of energy than black liquor did. And we already took black liquor out. That was the right move. This is the right move too. And also Bresco continues to emit mercury and lead for which there is no known safe level of human exposure. Again, this bill won't eliminate that pollution, but we need to be investing our money smartly in real renewable energy. And then finally, I want to just put a fine point on the recommendation in the Climate Pollution Reduction Plan. This is the one and only change that MDE has in this plan has already said that they intend to make on the RPS. The plan states that everything else about what's going to be in the future clean pollution standard, future changes to the RPS is in development, still to be decided by the administration. The one and only thing that they have already declared that they want to do is take trash incineration out of the RPS. So let's get it done this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kunze. And wrapping up our virtual witnesses is Shoshonda Campbell. Ms. Campbell, welcome.
Thank you. And thank you for hearing our testimonies today. I will start by saying I am Shoshonda Campbell, a resident of Baltimore City. And I also work alongside the South Baltimore Community Land Trust and a student-led group called Free Your Voice. I want to emphasize in my statement that the renewable portfolio in Maryland was created for clean renewable energy. That's a fact. And so that's why we are here today, urging the state to urgently address greenhouse gases emissions and carefully assess the effectiveness of the RPS in delivering long-term environmental benefits, reflecting the increased importance of combating climate change, which people have talked about here today. I also want to acknowledge that the urgency has grown since the establishment of the RPS, and we really need to be taking proactive measurements to promote renewable energy and development. And in the RPS, such as wind and solar, and stop sending money in RPS to the dirtiest source of energy, which is trash incineration. Trash incineration releases many greenhouse gases and causes health impacts, which solar and wind does not. This is why I'm here in support of this bill, SB 0146, to take trash incineration out of the RPS. I know today you're going to hear that this is a source that Bresco incinerator needs, which is not true. You know, they have multiple revenue streams and they honestly can adjust to not getting wrecked from the RPS, which was never created for them to get in the first place. We have so many different bills and different plans like the Climate Pollution Reduction Plan that MDE released that supports this. And ratepayers have shown up today. They have shown up in testimony in favor of this bill. Multiple organizations to say we should not be sending our money to this, to these dirty sources of energy.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Colleagues, do you have questions for any of these witnesses? And while Mr. Nkele is not visible on the screen at the moment, he is still in the room, and so he is available for questions as well, all four of the witnesses. I see no lights, so thank you, witnesses. Thanks to the four of you for sticking around and sharing your thoughts today. We appreciate you. We are
Thank you
now
very
going
much.
to, yeah. So we're going to pivot. We have one panel of 5 opponents, and so Mike Doherty or Doherty, Mark Hunter, Mary Urban, Fraser Blaylock, and Pam Casemeyer. If you all could come on up and join us. And Mike Doherty or Mike Doherty, you can kick us off as soon as you're ready. And again, like the other witnesses, you each have up to 2 minutes to share your thoughts with us. Thank you for being with us.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Mike Doherty. I'm the market manager for wind waste Mid-Atlantic region, also known as Wheelabrator. And I'm here to request an unfavorable vote on Senate Bill 146. The US EPA does recognize waste to energy as a renewable status and has indicated that waste to energy is certainly preferable over waste disposal over landfilling, waste to energy over landfilling. An important fact, Maryland Department of the Environment recorded that Maryland generated 14 million tons of waste in 2021, up 20% from the calendar year 2020. And it's imperative that we recognize waste to energy as a role in reducing the volume of waste and recovering it and generating energy. Some specifics about our Baltimore facility. Every day, our facility generates about 65 megawatts of renewable energy, enough to power about 35,000 homes. In addition, we provide steam to the Baltimore Steam Loop, which in turn powers commercial buildings and businesses in downtown Baltimore. We convert approximately 700,000 tons of post-recycled waste into renewable energy, offsetting the need for fossil fuel, which is an integral part of this discussion today. The post-recycled waste we take in is diverted from landfills, which would create methane and have a warming potential 84 times greater than the carbon our facility produces over 20 years. We also recycle about 12,000 tons of metals annually that would otherwise be landfilled, preserving precious natural resources in the process. Our process avoids more than 200,000 tons of greenhouse gases that would enter the atmosphere if the waste were landfilled. And in 2023, we invested $45 million in emission control upgrades to be one of the cleanest waste to energy facilities, not just in the US, but in the world. The support from our Tier 1 renewable status is important. It provides us in giving back to the community, continuing to improve our facility performance, and supporting more than 70 full-time, hardworking employees, some of who are here today. And can I ask you all to stand up, please? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Doherty, and gentlemen and women, everyone. Thank you for being with us. Appreciate it. Next up is Mark Hunter.
Good evening, Chairman. Good evening, committee. How you guys doing today? My name is Mark Hunter. I'm a co-owner at Williams and Hunter Construction Services. I'm here today to speak on behalf of Win Waste because when the pandemic was going on, a lot of Black businesses lost their businesses. And Win Waste came through for me. And when I said it came through for me, they allowed us to go out into Baltimore communities and be able to clean up the Baltimore communities, put a 30-yard can down, and go into communities and hire returning citizens coming home from prison. So with them doing that, they helped my business to get over the hump during the pandemic. They help nonprofit organizations that I work with personally to do STEM programs. They helped us to feed the community every Saturday with green groceries, real food. And they've been a partner with me on my journey of helping my Black community in Baltimore City for the last 4 years. And I appreciate it. And I want to thank them for being there for me. Thank you for listening today. And I appreciate you guys a little more because y'all here late like me. So evidently y'all do this all the time. So thank you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. Thank you for sharing your journey with us. Mary Urban is next.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and the members of the committee. I'm Mary Urban. I'm the Director of Communications and Community Engagement for Win Waste. I'm also a proud Baltimore City resident, Pigtown. So yeah, absolutely. So I said I'm the Director of Communications and Community for Win Waste. I'm also a Pigtown resident. So I live in Baltimore City, very close to the plant. You know, we're extremely proud. I won't say too much about what we do and how we do. We did submit written testimony, and we do have some a newsletter and things to talk about the community. Mark did it better than ever, but we do try to make those gifts count. I just want to recognize that when we did the upgrades, so we had $45 million in upgrades, and when we did the contract with the city, we asked to codify that work that we were doing in the community. So almost $1 million goes back to the cleaning and greening and training and the work that we're trying to do there. I think, you know, obviously you all are very familiar with the state of waste and the current state state of the electric grid. And I think in terms of waste, how much is there and where should it go? And it's a big question and we have it all the time. But in Baltimore, they had a less waste, better Baltimore plan. And it stated that it would cost the city $100 million to transfer that waste to out-of-state landfills if they didn't use waste energy. And again, Mike mentioned, but the Maryland Department of Environment just said that Baltimore City, Maryland, they're making more waste on record than the year before. And so again, it's conversations we're having all the time. We appreciate having them. We want to have them more. We want to do a better job, and we have. And so keeping waste energy in the RPS, you're supporting a Maryland company, so an in-state company with 80 full-time jobs. These guys work and ladies work so hard. And we're giving back to the city in a significant way. We're also saving the state and the city from the negative economic and environmental impacts that they've recognized that comes with landfilling. And most importantly, we're reducing fossil fuels because instead we're using the waste that we already have. So I thank you very much for having the time, and we respectfully ask that you have an unfavorable vote to SB 146.
Thanks very much, Ms. Urban. Fraser Blaylock, you're up next.
Good evening, Chairman, Madam Chairman. Good evening. I'm Fraser Blaylock. I'm with Covanta Energy. We operate the Montgomery County Resource Recovery Facility as well as the transfer station. And I'd like to start by just acknowledging my 5 colleagues that have come with me from Montgomery County today. Would you guys just stand up quickly and just say hello? Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks, guys. The waste to energy facility in Montgomery County helps our county to maintain its self-sufficiency with regards to its solid waste disposal needs. The plant generates enough electricity to power 30,000 homes for a year or power 75,000 electric cars for a year. We rail the waste from Dickerson out to the facility in Montgomery, from out to Dickerson from the transfer station at Shady Grove, avoiding long haul traffic that would be associated with most landfill sites. We take care of our own waste. Unlike Montgomery County, our neighbors in Frederick County export their waste. That's 96% of their waste by trailer trucks to a landfill in Pennsylvania. That's according to the county's own website. The process of converting waste into energy is a key part of an integrated materials management plan that focuses on waste reduction, reuse, recycling, and recovery of energy. Unlike many of the comments that I've heard today about the greenhouse gas emissions from a waste to energy plant, the EPA estimates for every ton of trash we take at a waste to energy facility, we avoid a ton of greenhouse gases, which is largely made up of the methane from landfills. With my time quickly running out, I'd like to say finally that to remove waste to energy from tier 1 and yet leave landfill gas in tier 1 is counter to the US and the EU waste hierarchies and counter to Maryland's goal of reducing the greenhouse gases that contribute to climate change. Thank you very much for your attention tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Blaylock, and thank you to the Covanta employees who came down here and have gotten a glimpse of democracy. Batting cleanup, Pam Metz, Casemeyer. Welcome.
Hi, Pam Casemeyer, and I am the last one before you leave, so I'll talk quickly. I'm here on behalf of the National Waste and Recycling Association. The Maryland Delaware Solid Waste Association is the chapter of the National Association, and our membership spans the whole thing from recyclers to processors to haulers to facilities to waste and the whole gamut of waste management. And I think what I'd like to say, kind of very laymanish, is we heard the word incentivize a lot today. It's not that recs aren't they don't get money from the recs, but it's not like the state's out trying to bring in or build new incinerators or anything. They're recognizing that it is renewable energy. That's very different than all the efforts we're doing to build other kinds of renewable energy. And this isn't taking away from those efforts. We're still going to advance solar, wind, all those other things, but this is a renewable energy. You heard from the others how many houses it powers, the heating and cooling system in the city. And if the rec goes away, those costs have to be borne So maybe it won't be in your utility bill, but it'll be in your disposal fee bill. And the implications of trucking out of state, not only, or trucking to a landfill where the methane gas is a significant issue, and all the trucking environmental impacts may be far greater than what is considered an impact from the incineration. So I just urge you to pause and say, this is an intimate or integral part of our waste management system in Maryland, and there are unintended consequences from taking away the tier 1.
Meyer, are there colleagues, do you have questions for these 5 opponents to the bill? The sponsor, Senator Lois Young.
Yeah. First of all, I want to make sure that you all understand that this bill does not close down incinerators. It only removes them from the renewable portfolio. Yes, okay, good. I wanted to reinforce that. The other thing I'd like to address this from the representative from Covanta. You made a comparison to incinerators and biomass, was it, or biogas?
That the EPA's decision support. I'm sorry. Excuse me. I believe what I said was that the EPA's decision support tool says that for every ton of trash that we take at a waste to energy facility, we offset a ton of greenhouse gases, which is mostly made up of the methane that we avoid from landfills.
Oh, no, I was questioning your comment about we're not taking biomass out of the portfolio, but we are attempting to take off incinerators. Didn't you make a reference to that? Maybe I misunderstood.
I think that was one of your people said that previously.
A previous person mentioned that.
The young lady.
Sorry, I may have misunderstood. It's getting late.
I see Senator Washington has a question, then I have a question.
Thank you. Thank you. I think I just want to, I guess, comment or try to recollect or understand Ms. Case-Meyer's just last comment. So I wasn't here in 2004, but it was my understanding in passage that the legislative intent for this part of the code and for this tax credit was in fact to encourage the emerging business, or the, technologies around solar and wind panels, and that indeed was the intent of that legislation. So that's my understanding. And so looking at that as a original intent, and then I don't recall, but I was here when incinerators were added to tier 1. And I don't recall a discussion around recognizing its role in climate change and all that. So I just wanted to sort of be clear about that. And I wanted to ask, what is the amount of the tax credit so that the Wheelabrator or your company, gets as a part of this, being a part of tier 1? What's
You want to take the first question? I'll take the second.
Yeah, I don't know the dollars, but I can talk about the other part. And I'm sorry if I was a bit confusing. I think I was trying to get done real fast, so I wasn't as clear as I would like to be. No, I think what I was saying is when I have been around for a long time, when the original RPS statute was designed to create they're called renewable energy credits. I don't think it's really a tax credit, but it's recognized in whatever you want to call it. It's an RPS. And so in your fiscal note, it might explain it a little, but it was set up to recognize renewable energy sources. So it wasn't just wind and solar. There's a long list in the law. There were different tiers for some assessment of whether they were, how renewable they were, or those kinds of things. And this is not my area technically, so I don't want to misstate it. But so there was a long list, and over time there have been additional sources for renewable energy that have been added to the RPS. There's been a few that have been taken out. But I think what I was saying is because there was so much talk about we need to focus on building wind and solar and all those renewables. I don't know that anyone disagrees with that. What we're saying is having the portfolio standard having the incinerator in the portfolio for RPS doesn't take away from the state's ability to continue to focus on wind and solar. It just recognizes that it actually is a renewable energy source and is more effective in greenhouse gas emissions than landfilling or other ways of managing waste. And whether we like it or not, we have to have disposal of waste. And so, or we don't have to truck it out of state where you've got trucking costs and emissions from the truck. So I don't know if that answers your question.
So I just want to clarify for all that it's my understanding that it was in the portfolio. It's just that it was moved up to be one, and that there is a monetary increase by being moved up, so that the companies that are doing incineration got more credits when they sold those credits, right? Somehow it was translated to cash. And so that's what I just wanted to be clear that
it was originally in tier 2. The legislature did move it to tier 1 because they recognized that it was analogous. I don't know if analogous is the right word. And again, I'm not technically an engineer or anything, but it was moved from tier 2 to tier 1 by this General Assembly, recognizing that it was more effective than landfills or other things in the waste disposal area. So that's why it's been in tier 1. I don't know how many years now, quite a few years.
Just for others. So now, 11 years later, we're reevaluating that again. And so given our goals and things that have happened and have not happened, looking at that tier and saying, okay, or are these consistent with our goals? And some of the members, cross parties, have said, hey, this 500,000 a year or $1 million or whatever it ends up being is not necessarily currently consistent. My last comment to the gentleman, and I really appreciate your recognizing the ways in which this company that's polluting in your community has helped you and others during a time of crisis. But we do have to recognize that your neighbors, they just testified that there are higher rates of cancer, that there is lead, that there is asthma, and that these are low-income white, Black, and brown people, low-income poor people who live around this. So I just wanted to make sure. I know that there's the good, but it doesn't take away from the long-term effects. So it's great that during COVID, there was food given out, but there's been 30 years of real harm in the area. So I just wanted to see what your thoughts were about that.
Well, it's not just food be given out, and I'm testifying from the way I see things from my side, right? So I'm testifying from what I see from my side, and I understand and I feel for those people. But in the same time, I'm talking about the here and now. I'm talking about men coming home from prison, be able to feed their families, be able to take care of their families and feel like they're someone in their homes. And the same way I'm talking about in our communities where we don't have any grocery stores, what this politicians should be looking at, it's food deserts. We able to give away groceries, green groceries, vegetables, and do great things. I'm not a scientist. I'm not here to say anything about what these other people are talking about. I'm here to talk about the here and now and what's going on in my community. And I hear these people testifying, but guess what? I've been in your community and cleaned up. In Penn-Luz, I cleaned up in your community. I cleaned up in 100 communities last year. And I made new friends and different people, and I hear these people and I feel for these people, and it's soft, and it's soft to my heart. But I'm just talking about the here and now. For me, them guys back there that came home from prison, that's here with me for 6 hours, that go out there and help clean up the community. I'm talking about our little Black kids that I got a STEM program put into from Win Waste. I'm talking about the here and now. I'm not saying anything against anyone, not at all.
Hunter, I am so proud of you and all that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you for your leadership. And gentlemen, again, thank you for being here. This conversation, while enlightening and inspiring, is really not on this bill.
I apologize,
That's
but I'm just
totally okay.
heartfelt.
I think you and Senator Washington should have a conversation sometime and figure out how
Senator
you
Washington.
work. She's the best.
I love her.
But I think, nope, I think we want to wrap up. It's been a long, long day. And I had one quick question for the 5 of you guys. All 5 of you submitted testimony that was unfavorable. So you think there is nothing that can be amended in this bill that would make it tolerable or better in any way? Yes or no? Yes or no? Anybody? No. All 5? No. Okay, thank you. That was just, I wanted to clarify that. Thank you, Senator Lewis Young. Thank you, you 5, and thank you everyone for the witnesses. I hand the gavel back to the chairman, Senator Feldman. Thank you.
Okay, guys. So here's the deal. We're off tomorrow. We did win the golden rod today as the committee. So we do have some really low, I want to keep the, foot to the metal on all these other committees, these slacker committees. And right, so we got to take a 5-minute break, right? Come back here in 5 minutes. We can jam out half a dozen bills, and we're going to be out in front of the rest of the chamber. And then you get tomorrow off, the whole weekend. What's that? There is a list. It's being handed, and these are pretty darn and they include some withdrawals and non-controversial bills. So